How is? Wow, it's been a bit of a stress to get this ready. Chasing my tail today, but we're here! Yay! I made it. I have a drink in my hand, and we're just sort of all nearly ready to go and rock and roll and do this thing. And let's get this show on the road. So hopefully everybody knows why we're here tonight. We're here to try and raise money for Ukraine. I mean, look, we've had this auction now. We put it live on Monday night. We have 200 items now listed on the site, which reminds me, small bits, do we do them? They have to get made up and get put onto the site. The little ones. But once we have everything going, we're accepting bids, and I'm here to sort of try and egg you on and drive her on, and hopefully we'll get a few more quid. So I think first things first, I think I've got to bring in the man who sort of kickstarted this and said that here, I have this mad idea, and I went, aye, yeah, that sounds like a great idea, as I do in my usual enthusiastic way, and he delivered, and we got there in the end. I mean, we've got some fantastic bottles, and just in case, so you know as well, we've got nice blue light and yellow light, so we've got a Ukraine flag behind us as well, so cool. Right, here he comes, Mr. Nick Ryan. Join us, won't you, please?
How's it going, Anthony?
How are you, Nick? How's things?
Good. We're there at the end. We're definitely there in the end.
We got there in the end. We did indeed. Look, I think we'll start off with the first thing. I mean, you rang me up and sort of said, look, I've this madcap idea, and do you want to get involved? And how, what can we do, or how can we do something? And I sort of said, well, let's put together a bit of an auction, and we did. And so you'll have to forgive me if I'm not looking at the screen, because the camera's here on the screens there.
No.
I'm all over the place at the minute.
Not to worry. I know the feeling.
I'll rotate myself now so I can see everything. How you stay over you. So yeah, Nick, what was the madcap idea, or not the madcap idea? I know where it came from. Yeah. It came from a very good place, but you tell us what you think.
Yeah, I just think the humanity in it. I don't want to sound kind of corny here, but like we're all human beings, and it's hard not to view what was going on. And I think it's a funny thing that I was saying to my wife before, when you become a father or a parent, the images just become more powerful, because our natural instinct is to protect our own and our families and the people around us that we love. And this carry on, which is really going to benefit nobody, from Russia, just really Percy got to me, and I just thought, this is horrible, and we just need to do what we need to make happen. I reached out to three friends of mine who are from the Ukraine, and I said, what can we do to help out? And I have this idea, and what do you think about it? And made sure what they thought was something acceptable really as a fundraiser, and they thought it was a brilliant idea, and to plow on with it. And any help that we could get to help them would be fantastic. And I was really grateful to Dennis, who a friend of mine who I met over in Austria years ago. At a tech conference, but actually, funny enough, over Irish whiskey. That's how we met. Just chatting away, and reached out to him.
Yeah,
exactly, and reached out to him and said, "Hey, this is what I want to do, and any charities you could recommend." And he recommended the folks at Help Ukraine Center, and they're doing fantastic things. And as we all can agree, that they're providing humanitarian aid, which is what we all need to do. Because, at the end of the day, regardless of people's opinions of what's going on, people are being affected by this. Families are being torn apart. And, people just need to get food. They need somewhere shelter. They need some warmth. And any bit of money that we can raise can make that happen. So that's really where it came from.
On that, I mean, it's the head on that. Brendan Carty, go fix yourself. One of the things that you sort of, I don't know, we get immune to is this news. I mean, you turn on the news, you turn on Sky News, or you turn on RT News, and it's constantly something coming at you of doom and gloom and everything else. But I've seen some of the videos, so I'll be talking to Dahi in a wee while, and Dahi's again is doing a direct like you, so the funds that we're backing aren't the traditional big, UN or Red Cross or any of these traditional things. I know a lot of people would have concerns about when they're backing these things or when they're putting money into these things. Really, does it get to the people that need it, that's on the
Yeah.
on the ground. So these were funds that I know you guys have looked into and investigated and are content that the money's going to the right place. It literally gets in it. And I mean, I remember Dahi sending me some of the videos that some of these guys that he knows on the ground over there sent him, and it's terrifying. I mean, we've no concept of it. And I remember listening to there was a lady on one of the radio shows one day. Obviously, I listened to Lyric FM in the morning.
Yeah.
And I think there was a bit of talking in between Tchaikovsky's Fourth Concerto in E minor. I think that's what it was, yeah. And it was this lady sort of saying, like, 2 weeks ago, I was giving out about traffic and driving my kids to school and all them sort of things. Now I'm worried about getting shot and getting blown up. And you just go, holy shit, that's mad.
Yeah.
But we again, thank God we're living in peace times again in Ireland, or not peace times, but we live in peace here in Ireland, that we don't experience that. And so people talk about, the Ukrainian refugees coming to Ireland and they're being put up in wherever, Mill Street or wherever they've been. At least they're not getting shot and blown up. So if they've got a safe bed, they know they're safe, they can then start to move on from there. But let's get them out of harm's way in the first place, or let's give them some help that they can help themselves over there. So look, huge thing. The madness of it is, I mean, no disrespect. I like you. I have a lot of time for you. But you're not exactly IDL. You're not exactly, any Bushmills or Pernod Ricard or any of these massive companies.
Yeah.
So for you to do it, what you've done with the 160 bottles, I think is a massive effort. I mean, I was blown away by it. I mean, I think I probably tried to talk you out of it initially, going, are you sure? Like, that's a lot. That's a big thing to do. And you did it. And you were adamant that this is what you wanted to do. I'm still blown away by it. But again, no disrespect. You're not a huge company. You're not a huge brand. You're relatively new, no different than us to the market. How many releases have you got? How many releases have you had out now?
11, I think. 11 around that total. Yeah. It's creeping up. I think 12 actually. 12. Yeah, 12. And then this.
But again,
13.
Fairly substantial for you.
Yeah.
But on the scale, I think Teeling's done that last week. They had 11 different releases out. And I think Middleton are running ballots for 11 different releases next week. Yeah. So, it's huge. It's a massive thing for you to do. So, again, I'm going to applaud you, and I hope everybody else does. The way they can applaud you the most is by bidding on your bottles, getting the prices up there. I mean, this isn't... We've been watching some of the bids and we've been watching some of the bidding, and I think people are sort of viewing this as a conventional auction and let's see if I can get it as cheap as possible. Whereas I'm sort of standing going, lads, come on. No, I only had the conversation today where I know everybody's not, in a place where they can spend hundreds and hundreds on a bottle. So I do have to remind myself of that, and I have to remind everybody else.
Really?
But
yeah.
Hopefully everybody's treating this just a wee bit different, that it's not, you're not trying to get the bottle as cheap as possible. Yes, we hope you just get the bottles. There is 160 of them, but let's try and raise as much money as we can. And we have got some good prices going, I think, at the minute. But I hope during the course of the evening, a couple of things I'm going to mention this now, and I'm going to mention it in a wee while. Normally our auctions have the anti-sniping process in it. If there's any bids within the last 10 minutes, it extends the lot by 20 minutes. Tonight, because we're ending at 10 o'clock, I've changed that to 3 minutes and 5 minutes. Really going to hush people along. Hopefully everybody's live. They're on stream. They're getting the bids in there and then. I don't want to be drinking until about 3:15 in the morning again. I was doing that last night and the night before and the night before and I think the night before that. So I have to try and take it easy tonight. So I'm not going too mad. Yeah.
I think just on the point of what you're saying there about, everybody's feeling the pinch of the, I guess, the increase of cost of living and the cost of living crisis. But I think if I could get 160 people to go out and talk about the charity that I'm going and trying to raise money for, and that has a knock-on effect, for me, that's really important here. It's not just about winning a bottle. It's about what people can, carry that message on. And if you don't win a bottle, what you can do to go to the charity and see if you can make a donation. That would be amazing.
Yeah. we have so on the bottom of every single one of your listings. And again, just to clarify, I broke one rule, Nick Ryan, that I have had since day one, and I broke it for you, and I'll never do it again.
Thank you, Anthony.
I probably would have broke your neck as well, but because we were in various different circumstances, so we went live not having your bottles in the warehouse, and that's something I've not done. I've never done it. If the bottles aren't here, they're not in the auction. I've been steadfast in that rule from day one.
Yeah.
But we had production delays with, stickers and all these sort of labels and all that sort of stuff, and we were really working hard to get this. We have them now on site. There's a wee bit of working to be done to finish them, but I mean, the finished article is here in my hand. We didn't use, again, another rule that I broke that I've never broken is that we didn't use the photos of every single bottle in the auction because we knew that this was going to look like it. So we just put up a library image and so that, but we have the bottle, and that is actually bottle number 1. I hope
don't drop it, Anthony. Keep a good grip on that one.
Yeah, I'll hold on to this one. Just make sure I don't open that one later on.
Yeah, put it somewhere safe.
A few drinks in me here, something might happen. Look, it is. So I've broken 2 rules there for you, but I think it's well worthwhile, and I think it's going to be a cracking end result. Hopefully, we'll be getting maximum prices for it, and we'll be raising a few quid. Just to talk about that. So currently, bottle number 1 is at 770 euros. I think most of the bottles are in around the 120, 130. We want that way up. We want that about 180, 200 euros for the cheapest bottles. Again, if people are looking for specific bottle numbers, I know some guys out there are looking for dedicated numbers. You get your bids in and make sure you're bidding them good and high. We have another few things I'm going to talk about in a wee while, but I'm going to stick with you because you're here with me. I know you are doing daddy daycare this evening as well, aren't you?
Yes. I have an ear cocked for that.
Yes, absolutely. And you're allowed to bring them in, or just bring them some whiskey and make them doze off again. So that's how we go with that. Bar lightweight. I know, Connor, I've been struggling all week. It's Jarlath Watson's a bad man. He was actually, I think he's the fault because every time I've been drunk this week, he's been there. So I reckon Jarlath's the cause of it all. So that's what I'm going to do with that one. Fair plays on those bottles. Incidentally, I've been told I would look like Nick if I hadn't let myself go. Nick is a good-looking chap. Mick, you're not a good-looking chap. No, Mick, not Nick. Nick is good-looking. Mick Maguire, not so much. No, let's not get carried away, Mick. Let's not get carried away. Brendan Carty, fair play, Nick. Gentlemen, there you go. Nice one from a fellow whiskey man. Brendan did throw us in a bottle there, and again, he has been very good with us with charities in the past, so it was good to have that as well. What's the challenges for you as a small brand? I know Ukraine and Russia, and again, it is a mad thing of is that after happening? Oh, bottle number 1, Nick, is after going to 1,000 euros.
Good.
Hold it up again, Pat. You're right. You actually there. Hold it up again. So there's bottle number 1 in my hand. So 1,000 euros. We went up 230 euros that time. We go again, lads. Pat, you're right. Pat, if it's you bidding on it, stick your finger in it again and just spread it up again. So that's bottle number 1. All right. Kiss it. I'm not kissing it. People don't want me kissing it. Are you mental? Again, what's the challenges for? I'm not saying you're a one-man band. I know you have a wee bit of infrastructure behind you, but you are a one-man band. You're your own BA. You're your own blender. You're your own everything. So, what's the challenges for your brand?
I think there's a lot of challenges really at the moment. I think every small business is going to be affected by the increase in costs. Cost of material, cost of raw material, cost of energy, cost everything, cost. But again, there's a great community out there, and I do feel that one of the biggest things that's going to affect whiskey in the future is the cost of grain. And I don't know, like one of the things that we do is we grow barley in Limerick, and we use that for our Limerick whiskey that we're laying down, which is made from our grain that we're growing outside, just outside the city, about 6 kilometers. And that's just jumped massively this year, massively. Like, if you have a ton of wheat right now, it's 400 euros a ton. And that probably was 200 euros a ton last year. So it's crazy.
And just on that, like, so that's one of the things that was mentioned about the Ukraine war is that it's known as the breadbasket of Europe. So it produced massive amounts of grain and all that sort of stuff. And although you, or a lot of the Irish industry, and you in particular, weren't using Ukrainian grain, the problem is that businesses that were using Ukrainian grain are now trying to seek alternative sources. So in turn, they're coming in and they're buying up all the stocks that everybody else was you were feeding on and everybody else was feeding on. That's one of the consequences. So although it's not a direct thing that we're, you were buying it or the whole whiskey industry was buying it. The problem is now that what you've got, everybody else wants, and the market's just going to explode, isn't it?
Absolutely. But one of the fun facts, I guess, of looking at the world of agriculture is you realize how tough it is for farmers. Like, and I don't know, kind of taking the question off myself, but the cost of fertilizers just rocketed this year. So tip of the hat to all the farmers. But the reality is, for the cost, like the amount of grain that Ireland needs, I think we consume about 5 million tons of grain, when in fact we only produce 2 million tons. That figure, and I know when I was looking at the export numbers from Ukraine, they're exporting that like in a week, the amount of grain that they produce. Like, it's just insane, So, and the funny thing is, Anthony, well, one thing, like a bit of a history buff, as you know yourself, but I even found records back in the day in the 1800s that the Limerick distillery, the Thomond Gate distillery, was bringing grain from Ukraine, even back then, in the
1800s.
Yeah.
Really?
So and a ship sank off the coast of Gibraltar, bringing grain to Limerick, which is just kind of mad to think that there's a very, very long history of grain coming from there. And crazy. who knows, like, the amount of grain was being used for Irish whiskey production. Like, I kind of, I don't know whether the records really are showing the detail of it, but I know from the details that I found, it was on the Irish the Irish Independent or archives, and just if you go and look through there, I can't remember the name of the ship, but it's just something that fascinated me, that it's not something new, like the trade of grain.
And again, I suppose one of the things that we think of now with the modern world, it's so small, it's modernization or globalization has made it easy-ish, as you say, for grain or for all these products, the chemicals. I heard a mad figure that one of the urea factories in, was it Ukraine or in and around that area, is one of the biggest and one of only about 3 or 4 in the world. And you sort of just go, look, that's mad. Someone asked Fionnán O'Connor, he's probably the man that know. He probably would. Fionnán, if you're listening, or if somebody nudges Fionnán and ask him, have we much of a history of that? Has it been
Dick Max or somewhere like that, probably.
Fionnán is in Dick Max. Yeah. Well, I hope they've got us on the big screen in Dick Max. Finn, make sure we're on telly in Dick Max, and someone nudge Fionnán, and so they're all down there drinking and debauchery and everything else in Dingle, for God's sake. It is a mad thing. I mean, there's so many knock-ons of this. I mean, the energy crisis. Everybody's talking about that. So all the distilleries, bar a couple, I mean, even Brendan with his flame-fed ones, fuel costs have gone through the roof. You can imagine. Can you imagine getting the bill every day for Middleton or for Teelings here in Dundalk in the GND or any of them? I mean, their consumption must be mental. I mean,
it's huge. But actually, the thing that people we forget really is even glass. Glass is hugely energy consuming to make. Anyway, there's challenges for sure, when it comes to it. But sure, we can all look at the negative, but I think the positive is we're all healthy and we're all well, and thank God we're able to do things like this and shine a bit of light on who actually needs the help really. Versus, we have difficult times, for the head for probably with the cost of energy and inflation and all that, but we're not having to worry that our house is going to be bombed in. That's the one thing,
Yeah, and it is that. I mean, it's the thing that my justification, if there is any justification needed for what we do with our charity auctions every month, is that why wouldn't we do it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in a blessed position. I mean, I make no apologies for it. I've worked hard all my life, but I'm in a blessed position where we can do something like this. We can give something back. So why wouldn't you do it? And it actually irritates me that more businesses and more companies don't do it, because you think of these companies that are, I mean, the massive companies that are generating billions every year in profits, and you just go, why wouldn't you give something back? Why wouldn't you, throw something every month? It doesn't really take an inch out of us. We're doing the auction. We have the infrastructure anyhow, so that's why we're delighted to do your auction, because we now, I mean, since we changed the software over a year ago now, or coming up to a year in June, our life is so much easier. We can do things like this relatively easy, squeeze a little auction in between our main auctions. It doesn't impact on us. It doesn't impact on what we do. So, let's why not do it? But as I say, I still tip my hat to you, because I think for a brand that has 11 releases under their belt and soon to be 12, I think it's a huge, massive gesture. And I hope that people will think time and time and time again and about next time that Nick has a bottle out, you just go out and buy it. Now, saying that, I did have a conversation with somebody else, said about the fine wines released the other day. Said there was queues at 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
I'd say more like 8 a.m., but yeah, there was queues. The shop opens at 10, so it's been phenomenal, and it's massively humbling, because Anthony, I know you remember when I was getting started, we were meeting up and chatting about the business, and I didn't think that whether you have a dream, you have a hope, you hope that people support it, but it's fantastic. But the one thing that I want to do is make sure that people enjoy it, have a great drop. But unfortunately, there's only so many limited bottles per release, and hopefully that'll grow in time, because we're growing quite a lot of barley. So there will be more whiskey in time to be had and more to be enjoyed. But just doing more of these kind of fun, creative expressions, doing some interesting collaborations. Like we had a collaboration with Stownings for that the Hilmrecker, and then the Imperial Stout that was Treaty City Brewery, and this one which we have for the auction is Western Herd. So it's great to be able to have, I guess, a great following to support that kind of experimental and kind of curious side, because I'm not frightened of trying something and seeing how it goes.
Yeah, and I mean, you're doing all of this as I'm not saying part-time. I would never dismiss it as being part-time, but you do have a job and you run spirits training as well. So I mean, it is all the more admirable that you're doing these things, pulling these together, chasing bottle manufacturers, chasing labels, the wax, the distillate itself. I mean, again, it's and all the time with an eye to the future of what your plans are all along. I mean, is that do you want to talk about what the plans are ultimately for Limerick and what Thomond Gate's going to bring home?
Yeah, well, I started the mission with putting Limerick back on the map for whiskey, and for me, that's about bringing the whole process back step by step. I have, been very fortunate that I've been able to do it by bit by bit, and I've had great support through the cask program and through our custodians of our first release and sequential releases. So the big plan really is just have our own bottling line, eventually bonded warehouses, and then eventually a distillery. So step by step, bring it all back to Limerick, but very much in a controlled and organic way. So that's really the plan is to be able to say, Limerick has a distillery doesn't have a distillery right now. So it's great to be able to have that focus and that vision. And
your name Thomond Gate is a tip of the hat to Thomond Gate Distillery.
Correct. Yes. So obviously we don't have our own distillery. We're independent bottlers at this moment in time, and we also commission our spirit, which with the watchful eyes and attention from Great Northern. We also source our liquid from Great Northern. So those two elements are there. And the Thomond Gate Distillery was, well, in Thomond Gate. It's just across the River Shannon on the north side of the city, which would be to the left, the right of Thomond Bridge. So just as you know, so that part people don't know Limerick, but they might pass through. That whole area had a substantial distillery, and that distillery was over a 6-acre site. Cooperages, malting floors, fire station, even it had coppersmiths. And one of the kind of fun facts I love is the saying "happy as Larry" is believed to have come from there. That one of the coopers that was so jovial and merry going to work every day, people would say, "Oh, he's happy as Larry." So that's the saying. Apparently, it came from there. But again, he probably was enjoying any few drops and heating up a few staves and taking a bit of whiskey off them and go enjoying it, but and smiling as he went to work. But there's a great amount of history, and I just felt growing up in Limerick that was something I wanted to put back on the map and restore the place for the, like, because if you look at a map of Ireland's distilleries and you look at Munster, there's a big gap, there's
and you're not only that, are you bringing the history to life in Limerick itself, but in each and every one of your bottles as well, there's been a story, there's been a theme, there's been an idea of history, and again a relationship to the whiskey as well, which is something that I'm not for Blarney, shillelaghs, shamrocks and leprechauns, and I think I'll go as far as to say fuck off. That's being polite, because I think it's not us. It's not Ireland. I mean, there's so many people have that perception of what it is and all that sort of stuff, but it's not. Yeah. We've been a creative industry or country for many years. But the stories along with each one of the bottles that you've brought out have been fantastic as well. And I mean, that's one of the things that I think everybody's enjoying with it, and they're calling it by the names. I mean, your Galloping Hogan and all these various different things. So has there any of them that have sort of stuck out to you and you sort of went, actually that was a wee bit special for me personally, because of whatever reason?
Yeah, well, you kind of hit the nail on the head by saying the one that you just did. But Galloping Hogan, my grandmother, my mother, from Doon in East Limerick, and I always heard the stories of the rapparee, Galloping Hogan, Michael Hogan, and it was always one of those things that that this daring raid. And for anybody who doesn't know the story, but back in the day in 1600s, Limerick was sieged, and the city was there was a word that came that the walls of the city were going to, and the city was going to be breached by this siege train that was coming from Leinster. So Patrick Sarsfield and Michael Hogan, Michael was a brilliant horseman, and basically they rode under the cover of darkness. 500 horsemen went out towards Killaloe direction and out towards Ballinety, and under the cover of darkness they blew up this siege train, and it was the largest amount of ammunition and mortars that were coming from Dublin or something like that, and it was apparently the largest explosion of its time, and you could see the explosion from the walls of Limerick, and that's a significant distance really. But I love the part of the story, which was when they went to the camp, they came upon it, that they heard the password from a lady that was selling apples to the soldiers who were in the camp, and they heard the password was Sarsfield. And when Sarsfield wrote in, he said Sarsfield's the name, and Sarsfield's the password, and Sarsfield's the man. And you can imagine just chopping off all their heads, and cannons blowing up. But great stories, there's stories that I grew up hearing, and they're heroes of Limerick's past. And I guess those stories leave a mark on you, and you kind of want to tell those stories. And you know, what a great way to do it over a glass of whiskey. And you know, as you said, it's not blarney, it's not, you know, that's not bullshit.
No, it's
history.
it's what, yeah, it's our history. It is our history. And as I say, it's not the shamrocks and shillelaghs that sometimes is portrayed with brands and all that sort of stuff. It's nice to tell a story, and I think a good story helps sell the whiskey ultimately as well. I mean, it does try and sort of, you know, people engage with the brands if the stories are right. Some brands do tell the stories right, and some brands couldn't tell the story if it was written down in front of them. That's another one of Anto's rants, and I'm not allowed to give it about that.
But I think a point on the stories, though, they always tie into the reason for the liquid, and just I think that's maybe might have been lost on people. Or so, like Galloping Hogan, Michael Hogan left Limerick and went on to France. So the first release, actually, funny enough, I have the bottle right there, which was the cognac cask. So again, it's in testament to his life in France. And then later on, we have Miguel Hogan, which is, you know, same individual, but it's actually a story when he goes to Portugal. And this guy lived an very interesting life. It's kind of hard to believe that these people did. And they left Ireland and had some mad adventures, but not to give everybody a history lesson, but there's some mad stories.
Yeah, it is a thing that, as I say, when the story's told right, it enriches the whiskey, it enriches the enjoyment. Stories get told over whiskey. I mean, again, I have been occasionally spinning in the odd spoof or three when I have a glass of whiskey in my hand, and it has happened. So that's what it's about. It's about sitting, sharing a glass of whiskey, having a bit of crack, telling stories. I mean, how much fun is it sitting in a pub, sitting in a bar, having a glass with mates or with strangers? I mean, the amount of times I found myself ending up talking to a stranger. Now, I'll talk to anybody. I would say Nick the Devil, but I don't think I can use Nick the Devil in this case. You know, just because that's what it's about. I mean, that's literally what it's about. So it's always fun to do. Where are we at, Rob? We have added some, or Robert's in the process of going to add some. So Nick as well we did a couple of overfill bottles from our original 160. Again, Nick, in his huge generosity, we have them here, and we're going to break them down into samples. So we're going to sell them on the auction tonight as well. They are, how many are you doing? 10 in total. I didn't after that. It was 10. So 10 samples as well. I think there might be t-shirts and hoodies and a few things in that as well, that we're going to try and build that up as well. So if anybody has anything that they want to add to the auction, they can reach out to us here. Robert's on the computer here with me tonight. So we can add stuff live at the time as well in our auction. So as we don't think that I won't be auctioning. Actually, Nick, stand up there. Give us a look at that clothes you're wearing tonight. Because I have been known to auction off the clothes that people have been wearing. So
you can't get rid of my. Was it? I have to stand back here or something. My polo shirt, is it?
Yeah, no, we've auctioned turtlenecks, and we've Peter Cooney donated a t-shirt, a game worn t-shirt, and all that sort of stuff. So
I love his hair.
And your hair. Actually, somebody people might want your hair products. I mean, you've got just a fantastic crop of hair there. I mean, you know, a year's supply of Nick's hair products. There we go. There's luck one. What do you use? Do you go out and rub your hands against the barrels and just go like that? Any oil or anything?
No, I'm quite fussy with my hair. I love
you and me both, mate. Look at me. Look, I'm very fussy about my
hair. I have a good story with it, probably, but anyway, I'll leave it for another time. But anyway, I do love crew products. Well, like when I was my favorite barber shop back home, or my barber shop, I like whenever I go around and you know, going out when I was very small, I'd always make sure to go to my local barber, and it's not. I'm going to put it this way: my first haircut with him, I remember he asked me, "Do you like your haircut?" And I said no, and I had a big hood, and it was only like 3 years of age, and put it up. And ever since then, I've always come back to him, and always been very, very fussy about getting my haircut from that barber shop. And it's one of those things but he always uses Crew. So Crew is the hair product that I use. So there you go.
And if Crew want to reach out to us and sponsor a year's worth of products for Nick, I mean, we'll do that. We'll plug them. We don't mind. I have no shame whatsoever. And neither has Nick. He'll come and he'll style your hair and everything for you. That's well done, Nick.
I had a nickname back when I was in London called Slick Nick.
I can imagine. I'd say you were a dog over in London. Huh?
No, it's always fixing the hair up. That was it. Like,
Oh, you're gorgeous. Obviously, I've had the same problems. I mean, me being as good looking as I am, I've always had. I mean, you talk about your hair since you were 3. I've had this thing on the front of my head since I was 14, and I'm now 46.
Fair play.
I've got issues, I think, is what we'll come down to at the end of the day. I mean, anybody who knows me will say he's got issues. So much so that my kids, people that talk to them, is your dad the fellow with the stupid thing in the front of his head? And they'd usually have to admit it was, or deny it was their dad as well. So, them things happen. Back to the whiskey. Any prices? We were at 1,100. I think I seen bottle number 1 kick up to 1,100. We have a tiny tipple tasting set. Hopefully, I know I did talk to Ivor earlier on. I know he's working hard tonight, so he might be able to jump in with us. Again, a great wee offer from Ivor and Tiny Tipple. Ivor, I think, has, again, I know from talking to him, he's always had great reaction to the Thoman Gates anytime that he's had the Thoman Gates on the site for the various releases. And I mean, it's a great way of people tasting the bottles because, look, I think I might as well call a spade a spade. A lot of people in my business depends on people not opening bottles and collecting bottles. But it also is very good that people do open the bottles, drink the whiskey. I actively encourage everybody to open bottles, and the more people that opens means the ones that I have get rarer and they're worth more. So that's a good idea. I would do that. But I mean, it is great that people do get a chance to taste these, and as I say, Ivor in Tiny Tipple is one of the great avenues for people to be able to taste these things. I think it's a great asset to the Irish whiskey community that we have things like that as well, that you can go on. Hopefully when a new release comes out from Thoman Gate or somebody else, it's on there. Ivor gets his hands on the bottle. He does in fairness to him, he does justice to the brands. He has his own branding as well, but it's always clean and neat and tidy. He does the wax seals as well, which I think are a lovely thing. Are they a pain in the ass to do, Nick?
Yeah, they are. They are absolutely. You have to have this machine that, as they go in, and they have to be cooled as they rotate around as well at the same time, so they get that nice finish. So if you've seen any of my first release bottles, you probably see how they're kind of a bit more crude, and that gives a very, very nice finish. And actually, I have to give a shout out to the folks at Cult Drinks because they actually have bottled these. They have not charged for the cost of bottling the bottles, so we should be able to raise more money because of that. So, which is a really great thing, and I just want to kind of give a shout out to them for that effort.
Cult Drinks. I met Derek the other day when I was up and I was collecting these things. Yeah. I mean, again, one of the without them, you wouldn't exist. And without them, a lot of the smaller brands wouldn't exist because they enable. I mean, again, I don't know, would many people know, but I mean, when you're Teeling or when you're Middleton or when you're any of these huge brands, getting stuff bottled isn't difficult. You either do it yourself, as in Middleton's case with Fox and Geese, or you have contracts like Terra in Cavan or Mary's or any of these huge things. Yeah. But for Nick to go to them and say, listen, lads, you wouldn't bottle me up 160 bottles, they'd look at him, and I think they might use words that Katie would give out to me for repeating. It is fantastic that there is facilities like Cult and others like it that are doing this, that are small runs, because other than that, how would you get your stuff in a bottle? And I mean, getting the correct equipment for all of this, there has to be metal checking equipment, there has to be the seals, the labels, everything else that has to go into putting a consumable liquid for consumers into a bottle. And there's so many health and safety things and all that sort of stuff that has to be in place. So it's great that they do it. And the fact that they're helping us out on this release is fantastic. That they're I mean, that's ultimately what was the thing. We're trying to raise as much money as possible as well. So, you've absorbed so much of the cost in this. They've, wiped out the cost. Things that we can't avoid, is the duties. I mean, we try to be upfront and honest about that. I mean, they're on all the listings that are there. I mean, that we do have to pay the government duties. And as I said to you, you're not Middleton. You can't swallow that. I mean, the one thing that I have to explain to people as well is the regulation that you experience and that the whole whiskey industry experiences. It's probably one of the most heavily regulated and controlled liquids in the country, because every fluid ounce has to be accounted for somewhere. So you have to have it recorded that you took bottles to do this, or or GND, when it's coming out of GND, they have to say, well, we give him so many liters, and then the revenue goes, well, we have to get so much money on that, and they're just unavoidables that just can't be. We can't reach out to Micheál Martin and say, listen, your windows are now turned down, Mickey, would you, and wipe off the duty and VAT on this, because unfortunately they won't.
It's part of I guess the part of the business really is just so we have to play within the rules, really, and that's it. So, exactly. But in fairness, they do a great job, and I say thanks very much to Derek and the team for doing a brilliant job. So salute to the lads anyway for raising a glass to their efforts anyway. So
well, that's just another excuse to lift a glass of whiskey, isn't
I know.
it? What's anybody drinking? Has anybody got a bottle of Thomond open tonight? And what is anybody's favorite Thomond? I mean, the Ruby Port one, I don't know your nicknames, but your Ruby Port one is phenomenal. That was probably one of my favorite. I did get a taste and a sample of that. What have you leaning at the minute for future releases, or are you wide open to the collaborations with whatever comes at you?
I am led by, first of all, my palate, my curiosity, and then obviously the collaborations, and I kind of work towards doing interesting things then, like I have mad ideas and mad ideas I won't talk about now because they're just too mad right now, but I just want to do stuff that pushes the profile of the spirit, and at the end of the day we're trying to create flavor. We're not trying to create age, and I know that sounds contrary to a lot of people's beliefs, but if you look at, we're not talking about rapid aging or anything like that. I'm talking about how you work with your liquid, how you understand the
time
liquid.
Machines. Apparently, there's time machines existing in the whiskey industry. You know that?
Switzerland, Swiss time machines. I've heard, but they like the old clocks over there, don't they? So I guess they like to push the forward on the whiskey. But no, it's I guess for me, I'm very much led by my curiosity, and I've always been from a young age kind of trying to figure out how things work. And I remember being in the science lab as a kid and being fascinated with distillation and, figuring out how to distill grass into alcohol and, turn it into methanol. But, just stuff like that.
That's called drugs, distilling grass into alcohol. I think that's.
I'm talking about physical.
Nick, don't be incriminating yourself. Nick's talking about grass and stuff. I know nothing about drugs. I'll deny it. Your Honor, I swear I wasn't there. He didn't admit anything. This isn't being recorded.
That's it. Yeah. No.
Distilling grass. You meant you've seen stuff like that.
Yeah, terror, taking things apart and putting things back together that didn't work and all that. That was kind of the childhood kind of things. And so I guess my curiosity is there. Is always trying to figure out why things work and how they do things, and then why we get those flavors, and how can I somewhat pull those flavors across by doing certain things. And even looking at other
that, Nick. I mean, it's uncanny the similarities between me and you. I used to break shit when I was younger. I mean, I used to just take stuff apart. My mother called me a destructive little twat. So, I mean, I just used to break things. And it wasn't, some of it was curiosity to see how it worked, but other one was just violence and rage. And I mean, I've red hair, so I mean, everybody knows that, the rumors out there with redhead people and their temper and stuff, it's not true. None of it's true, obviously.
Of course.
There's just coming back to it here, the question they asked about what anybody likes. Johnny Ramirez says red ale for me, have all open. So he's got it there. Paul Kennedy, the Ruby Port is my personal favorite. Stunning. Paul, nice one. Robert over in Sweden. He's got Sweden. That sounded a bit German. Sorry, Robert, you're not German. Sorry, you can't be doing that. I'll leave my accents out tonight. Yes, drinking the peated bourbon cask. Fecker getting them to Sweden, but worth it. Yeah, these are the efforts you have to go to. Pat Cheedy, Pat is just finished a bottle of the Peter Bourbon Cask, my favorite so far. Mr. Good Looking Maguire, I have a bottle number 24, open of the first cask, A0001 here, 100 bottles. Not many open, I'd say. Do you get any feedback of that, Nick, of how much get open? I mean, again, we do record all the details of the bottle, so we sort of see what bottle numbers are here. But again, do you sort of have any sort of inkling or feeling or gut on how many? What
it's really hard to tell, Anthony, to be honest with you. But as in, I hear there's a good few that have been opened, and people like there's plenty of people who share pictures of them opened and enjoying them on our. We have a community page, Tumman Gatekeepers, and there's plenty of people popping bottles open there all the time. The very first ones, I know there's ones that have been popped open and have been drank, and I'd say that there's about 50% of them have been drank, and another 50% have been held for the future segments that are going to come from that cask. So it's very hard to tell. Like I don't have a chip in the bottle telling me when they get popped, but who knows? Maybe in the future. But
and I remember. I think it was probably day one when we were first talking about your first ever release, which I do have a bottle in my own collection here. It was one of your wishes is that it is that fine line of you kept number one, I believe, of the very first one, didn't you? And
actually,
it's your son.
My mother actually, because she said, "I'm your mother. I'm getting bottle number one. I brought you into this world. I'm getting bottle number one." And I was like, "Mom, I really need to put it in for these auctions." She goes, "I don't care. I'm your mother. You're doing it." And I said, "Grant,
Mommy's always right."
Mommy's always right. And who am I to say otherwise? And I gave it to her, and she said, "Well, that's for your firstborn child when it was born." So we were expecting. My son was born the 24th of November, and we launched the brand the 18th of December. So it was very, very a lot of pressure on there at that time to make that happen. A lot going on. But my mother had wisdom to hold a bottle for number one for him.
You're not opposed to using your kids for marketing tools. I mean, shame on you, really. I mean, you're going to be cancelled now because of it.
Yeah.
But there has been footage of your son in the field when they were harvesting, and I think it's gorgeous. And what a legacy to be building for him, to show him that he was there at the start. I mean, he was in your thoughts or in your mom's thoughts when you were doing the first ever bottle, and then to show him in years to come footage. Now, I'm sure there'll probably be far more embarrassing videos that you can show him in a few years. But I mean, isn't it great that you're now? And I mean, does that sit heavy with you that you are building a legacy, like a proper, legit legacy?
I would say yes, and that's why I think I've been almost a perfectionist with everything, and making sure that I'm building things for the future. It's not about let's just raise a load of capital and buy a load of whiskey and flog it. This is about let's build a really strong brand. Let's build a really good community. Let's focus on building it from grassroots all the way up, and laying the roots down. And not alone I've got a son, I've got a daughter as well, and so Saoirse as well. And Hector.
Whoa.
She's just born recently. She was born on 14th.
Where have you been getting the time for all this crack?
Yeah, it's hard. It's I just have a very, very good wife. That's
you must have a very, very good wife. Were you asleep or something like that? That's what I'm sort of saying. She take advantage of you or something like that when you were asleep, and you sort of just
must be.
Yeah, I mean, you are a good-looking fella. It's understandable. I mean, it's with the slick back hair and all that. I bet you wake up in the morning looking at that as well. It's ridiculous.
Sure.
But now you've got two kids, a son and a daughter. I mean, you've got the rich man's family. All you need now is the money to go along with it, and you'll be elected. Or have you already got the money? Maybe you just only need that part-time hobby for you, is it? You're only doing it for the crack.
No. This is, very much fruit of labor of and love. I bust my balls. I do the hard graft.
Well, you weren't busting them too hard. You got 2 kids.
Sure, they have to do at least. They're not just there for decoration. So
10 charity items have just been added, so there's another 10 samples
Brilliant.
up there. So Rob's just added them onto the listings now, so you can now bid on samples that are there to be bid on and won. So get user bidding fingers on it, share them onto socials as well. But so make sure anybody who's listening, share them on to Facebook or any of the groups you're in, lads. It's a great chance to be able to taste this. This is an Imperial Stout finish for Nick as well. So it's a great chance to taste this whiskey. It's a huge thing.
Yes.
It is, again, as I say, I tip my hat to you. You really have done. You've created a brand in a short time. We're probably not that business-wise. We're sort of nearly the same age, I think. Our 2 companies. But you have really, really rocketed, and you've really, really built something that I think is people are now engaged with. You've got a loyal customer base, and that's the key. And I think that to retaining growth going forward is that if you build and engage with a good customer base, I think it's the key to any small brand. Because look, again, no disrespect, you don't have a massive marketing budget. You control, 10 grand at a marketing base. So you have to not hope, I know there's no hope in this, but you have to be sure that what you are releasing and that you're putting your name to is good enough that people will talk about it and engage with it and drink it, talk to their friends, because I think that's the best form of marketing, isn't it? And when the lads say, Jesus, did you taste the last Toman Gate? And I mean, that's why people now go looking for it. And it's that fine line the whole time of trying to get it out there into people's hands and drinking it that will set you apart, I think. Carl, what did you say, Carl? You said you've got the peated collab with Kings County. It's class. The cask strength would be a nice one to experiment with.
Oh, I think it was cask strength for sure. That one, peated bourbon one.
Yeah, but I think Carl's bordering on alcoholic now, so he sort of doesn't realize that most of them are cask strength. I mean, he starts off. I mean, I think that whiskey valuations that he done, I reckon he makes half of it up because he's usually hammered when in front of the laptop and he's slamming away in the keys, and I reckon he's drunk half of it.
There's only one release that we've done that's not cask strength that was cut to 49%, which was we took 100 liters of the cognac cask and cut it down to 49% over 6 weeks, just as a fun thing to do, to see that. And we had 160 bottles of that was exclusive to Fine Wines in Limerick. So I guess it's a bit of a one that doesn't even actually appear as really in a release. I think you had one on the last auction from what I saw, but that's the only one that we haven't not done a cask strength. And that was just a fun thing to say, because.
And is there any reason why you are? I mean, again, I know there's the cask strength crusade and all the arguments for and against, but ultimately the decision's yours. And I mean, I know who you're dealing with over in GND, and I know the expertise they have. I mean, if Brian and the team over there are saying to you, look, this is actually all right to put out at 46, 48, or whatever the case may be, you'd tip your hat. You're in a different position to a lot of the other brands, is that you know what you're at as well. You know your shit. And I mean, you do know your shit. So you can go at it. So you could bring it down to a 46% and it'd still be a fine, balanced, powerful whiskey. But why are you, it obviously is a conscious decision to leave them all at cask strength to do something.
Yeah. Like personally, I like to play with my whiskey. I like to be able to add water myself, and I don't like to have somebody making a decision for me all the time, as in if I'm buying a brand, they're making a decision for me. And I quite like to be able to actually have the whiskey as it is from the cask. And Anthony, the reason why a lot of bottles are 40% is because if it was anything below that, it wouldn't be whiskey. And that's the lowest amount of VAT and duty that needs to be paid in it. And the reason why it's 43% or 46% is because you don't want to do non-chill filtration. So there's decisions that are occurring not necessarily because it's the best for the spirit. It's just
it's purely economical. Yeah.
So like for me, I'm going. Sure, there's everybody else doing cut whiskeys, and when I do a single cask release, you can add water to that. You can dial it down as much as you want, and you can bring it down to 49% or 40%. But you can't. I couldn't. If somebody said, you know what, Nick, I would like that to be cask strength. You can't pull the water out of it. And when the thing is, when you have a single cask, once that expression is gone, it's gone. You might get something similar, but it's never going to be exactly the same.
No, it is. And again, the cask strength, but the only problem is with cask strength, as Carl, because Carl's a raving alcoholic, he admits to, is that you do have to reset yourself after a while. And again, I know you from your courses with guys here. I mean, you've trained Arcady and Robert and Jade, and they've all done your courses. I haven't, because I can't be taught anything because I'm thick. But there's an element of appreciating the whiskey at the various different ABVs, but finding the flavors in it. And again, the magic of guys setting of an evening, and I've done it myself, probably because Katie's trying to dial down my consumption, is adding a bit more water into it. And what it does to cask strength whiskies, it really opens some of them up. Now, there is other cask strength whiskies that if you put a bit of water to it, I mean, we were at a tasting recently enough, and one of the guys said, who was given the tasting, said, don't add water to it. It literally kills it. The finish is just gone. It wipes it out instantly. So
was
what that
finish or agave finish, or what kind of finish was it?
I might have been 5 or 6 drinks in at that stage, so perhaps not too much attention was being paid.
No. Just curious. That's,
no. And why are you about to tell us a nugget there that it is some of them agaves and the tequila?
They have a delicate of flavors and delicate aromas that by adding the water to it just dissipates the flavors and aromas. So sometimes but actually, adding it to
Nick, stop talking. We can charge people for this information. Hang on. If anybody just wants to put in the credit card, they can put the credit card number in and donate to Nick and Anto Go on holidays.com. It is a thing.
Anthony, come on now, get the charity right. Help.
Oh, sorry. Yes, charity. Not Nick and Anto Go on holidays. Pat Sheedy, Pat's keeping abreast of it all there. Bottle number 2 up to €540. Nice one, lads. Paul Kennedy, try and convince Nick to join us in Belfast. No, Paul, are you mental? I think no. I think that's going to be. Carl is here defending himself, saying he's not that bad, and then he starts talking about another cask strength whiskey. So, Carl, you just shot yourself down the foot. No. Dave O'Connell, I know Dave's working tonight. I did invite Dave on. He is working tonight, doing what he does. Logged on quickly to say hello and a huge well done to everyone involved in the auction. Enjoy the night. You can bet your dollar I will. Also, actually, just Dave O'Connell. Me and Dave aren't friends anymore. I've decided I don't want to be friends with Dave O'Connell anymore. James Boland, evening all. How are you, James? Look, I think it's go back, have another look at our charity prices and see where we are at the minute. Rob, any update on me? You have added the new stuff in, have you?
I have indeed.
You have. So the 10 new items are there for people to bid on.
Actually, Anthony, I have another one to add for you. I've got a.
Is it your shirt? Is it your clothes? Boxers? Boxers
sure.
Covering crew. Ooh, God.
Yeah. What? I have an artist lined up to do an illustration of the Ukraine bottle.
Oh.
So we could do an auction for that. Now it's in the works, so we could auction that off.
Who's the artist?
Are you allowed to say who the artist is?
It's
I'll set up for a minute. Yeah, okay, fair up to you. I mean, we could look again. I know we'd have to explain to people there is a bit of patience. People would be bidding on it blind because they obviously don't know what it's going to look like. Like if it was you're paying me as an artist to paint it, people mightn't pay money for that. I
True,
won't
true,
be
true,
crude
true.
and describe what it'd be look like. It'd be like a
Yeah,
pig
yeah,
with a paintbrush. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like sort of
yeah,
or
yeah, of
elephant.
course. I don't know. I
Uh,
can see if I can these. Let me see if I can.
Send it. Actually,
Give 'em
just message WhatsApp it to me. WhatsApp it to me, and I'll get it up on screen. So if you WhatsApp it to me,
Yeah, I'll send that over to you.
I can't. Yeah, send it over to me.
I'll send it over to you.
What is watching bidding? Brian Shaw between seeing patients here in the States. Many thanks, Brian. Please don't tell me you're drinking again in the job work. No, watching bidding between seeing patients. What's that about? You can't be seeing patients and bidding in auctions at the same time. That's what. That's wrong.
It's only minor surgery. It's fine.
It's only minor surgery.
Yeah.
Like brain surgery or something like that for me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be minor technical, all right. Where are we? Go back to the auctions, Anto. You were away on a tangent there. Current auction. So we have now 210 lots live in the auction. We have the Thomond Gate category. Are they in the Thomond Gate? Where'd you put them?
Irish.
You're in Irish. Sure. Irish. And the samples. Oh, look. Oh, you're very artistic this evening, Robert. That's well done. They're very good.
I'm sober.
You're sober. Yeah, that makes the difference for you. Yeah. So, what's it? 5 samples, including.
Yeah. So 4 mysteries and a sample of the.
Oh,
Talk about the.
hang on a second. Just hang on. There's going to be a wee domestic here. What other samples are you donating of my whiskey?
Well.
You reckon there's bottles lying about the place that we can throw up? Well
Turn
done.
over.
Yeah, look at that. So 4 mystery samples,
Yeah.
and a sample of Nick's juice. We can't call it Nick's juice. That's wrong. Of the Slava Ukraine.
His juices are
Anthony.
Yeah. We've already know what his juices have done. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, dirty dog.
Talk about the devil. The artist literally, while we're talking, sent me the finished work, and I've just sent it to you now. He's
okay.
finished. He's finished it.
Have you got that?
Oh.
Have you got what's up?
Yeah, I do. I can do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
have you got mine on your
I
screen?
should have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can auction that off.
You which? Sorry, Nick.
We can auction that off. You can put up if you can get the picture up. I'm not too sure if you can see it on your old phone there.
Hang on. I have to think. Is that you opening another bottle, Nick?
Well,
that's
you know,
really
you just have to have something to keep my hand busy if I'm chatting away to you.
Oh, that's savage, Nick. Have you got that?
It's lovely. I should get it. Yeah.
That's savage. That's very, very good.
Well, we'll auction off the original, and then what we'll do is we'll put up the replicas online, and all the replicas that we sell, all the proceeds will go for Ukraine as well. So that's something that I have to give credit where credit is due. Connor, Connor's surname now is escaping me now, but that's Connor's idea.
It's Fran. He's after jumping in there. Connor Moylan. He's after jumping in. It's Fran, isn't it?
Fran. Oh God, it's a gentleman over in Tokyo, and he was in Singapore.
He's definitely not in. Well, unless Connor's after jumping in there and saying that.
He's a whiskey artist in Singapore originally, and he's now moved to Tokyo. So we've been chatting away. I quite liked his pieces, so I'm getting a large piece done from him for myself. And I just asked him, would he do it for me? And I said, can he do it quite quickly? And that was a couple of days ago. And ironically, as we just literally talked about it, I swear to God, I can even show you the timestamps. It literally came in.
Yeah, you had this all planned. I reckon you're organized. Actually, no, you're not that well organized. I can't say that out loud. No, that's a joke. No.
Exactly. So that's mad. That's brilliant.
Is it? No.
It's halfway good.
Right. Okay. So just to go back to, so there's 10 new additional items there on site. There's soon to be an 11th, which is the original of the painting that Nick has done. But the 10 new items are obviously Robert's bringing in some of his bottles and donating them because he's volunteering some of mine that are here in the office. There is 4 mystery samples, which there'll be a fucking mystery to everybody.
If you read the description, you can see
what. What's the description? I can't read. I'm dyslexic. Pot still, Pete, Patrick. What will it be? 5 mystery samples. Okay. What? Sorry, Nick. What are you saying?
Oh no, I just said you're in good company. All the best people are dyslexic.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been always treading that fine line between genius and madman, and straying more towards madman than anything else. So 4 mystery samples, which will be something good. I mean, there is fair few bottles here open in the office, so we'll do something like that. We also will give a sample of the Slava Ukraini, and I believe you're also giving away clothing belonging to IWA as well.
Yeah.
So Robert's going to be working nude for the next month or so because he's giving away all his clothing. So they're up there. Bids are in on them as well. The hoodies are worth money alone. I mean, come on, lads. It's an IWA hoodie, and then you get the samples as well. You get a Slava Ukraini sample and 4 of Anthony's collection, which God knows what it'll be. I've a bottle of Coke there, and we'll put that into it. Now a bit of tea and a bit of coffee. Nick, anything else to add on our Ukraine bottle or our Ukraine?
I think to mention that just a bit of fun fact that this cask was originally the GH001 cask, the codes that I give to the casks, which the cask was originally the VS Cognac cask, which we had used to finish the single malt, and then I was really happy with that actually. So I said, rather than refill it with anything else, I said, actually, why not send it off to Bridger and Western Herd? He filled up an Imperial Stout, and then after I think it was 13 weeks of holding, the Imperial Stout was discouraged, and that beer is yet to be bottled and sold as well. So there's going to be a beer out there eventually, which you can get from Western Herd with that collaboration. Really turned out lovely. I had a bit last, it was last summer. The guys at Mother Max had it in Limerick, so they had it in growlers format, so you could get them. So and that was.
I always shudder when I hear the word growler. Because where are you going with that, Nick? I was just saying it's I don't think it's really an appropriate name to be serving beer in. I mean, beer should not be served in growlers. I mean,
it was a big tanker, like you could buy it and take it away.
I know, yes, exactly what a big thing no, that's not
like you're a local milkman coming.
I think that's not right at all. Connor was asking me, is it Coke to drink or the other one? It'll probably be Coke to drink. I'm not allowed to give away my other drugs. The doctor said I have to keep them all for myself. Martin Purcell, well done to all involved in making this happen. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, it has been a huge. I mean, again, I'm not blowing air up your ass, but I mean, I really do tip my hat to you. I think it's a huge. I mean, you could do with, profit. The money that you make on a normal bottle of whiskey helps you to continue to grow. So you releasing any of your whiskey without you making a red cent out of it is a huge, it will set you back. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, you'll have no income from this at all. No. So the fact that you're doing it and at such a huge level of 160 bottles, I mean, again, some of the big brands don't make gestures like that. And I'm the guy who will call them out on it, because I will constantly say, why aren't they doing it? I mean, again, I know, Ian or John McDougall and a lot of the other lads do a lot of great charity work as well. And they do get backing from some of the brands, but they could be doing more. I mean, it's okay for them to make, hundreds of millions of euros in profits and all that sort of stuff. And it wouldn't kill them to put some of it back in. So I will always call out people and say, when you've got small businesses like us and like Dahi and like Ivor in Tiny Tipple and Brendan in Cologne. I mean, one of the ones who's been really good to us is up in Mulroy Bay. I mean, Bwaylock Distillery. I mean, again, I don't think there's a more boutique small distillery on this island of Ireland. Half a barrel a week he puts out, and yet he's done twice donated a 5-bottle collection to charity. Yeah. I mean, and I don't have to be begging them. I don't have to be asking them. People are coming forward. The smaller brands come forward and say, can I do this with you? Can I do this? Whereas the bigger brands, we're constantly sort of knocking on the door and saying, please, sir, can I have some? And it's wrong. And I will I mean, I'll put my neck on the line and say I think they should do more. I really genuinely think they should do more. Tealings, I know I can't be too harsh on Tealings because again they did have the United We Stand release. It is there. I have one of my own bottles. People have tried to submit them to us for auction, and I'm making this clear: we will not list a bottle that was originally for the purpose of raising funds straight away in our auction. We just won't do it. So it's not that I'm against any one person making profits. Depend on people to do that. But what I don't want is I don't want something that is being done for a genuine reason to raise funds to be straight away and there's fallout from it. And we've seen it with some of the UK sites where they've listed some of the spring banks and stuff like that for people. And again, as I say, I'm not opposed to people making money. I mean, that's what I depend on. My business depends on it. And I applaud it at times. I really do. Some people are really good at it and smart and are nearly making a few quid every month out of it. But I mean, we won't. We made the decision some time back that we're not going to list charity bottles. So again, if anybody does buy these, we Irish Whiskey Auctions will not be listing them in the foreseeable future for in our normal run-of-the-mill auctions because this is for charity. This is about raising money. All right. Rant over, Anto. Back to the whiskey. The print, Robert. He's working on it. Okay, so the not the print, the original. It's the original itself. You're gonna stick up, and we're gonna have in this. In the they are fantastic. Some of the artwork. I mean, again, the image that you're after sharing with me there. I think Robert, can we drop that into? Can you can I upload the image onto that I can put it up on screen to show people?
Yes.
If you can do that for me, will you? Can they be relisted for charity, buy and resubmit for the same charity? Yes, Connor, I'll do that. Actually, so that's one of the things that we do have two of the priority Teeling bottles in this auction. And the reason I accepted them was that it is raising money for charity again. So if somebody does do that and they will be strict on it, I will be strict on it because ultimately we've still got the money, so I won't pay the seller for it. So if a charity item is submitted, I think we've sort of come up with the timeline of 18 months, 2 years. I think it's more than fair. You know, I think it's more than fair that people aren't flipping the item. But yes, Connor, if somebody, I'll put that question up there. Can they be relisted for charity, buy and resubmit for the same charity? Yes, Connor, we will do that. Yes.
And also, I mean, there's on the back of the bottles, there's a little bit of a piece that people, when they buy it, they are agreeing that they are going to donate back to the charity.
Okay, yes. Sorry, Nick. I'll actually do that justice. After buying this bottle, if you choose to resell it via auction or other, you agree to donate 20% of the final price to the Ukrainian crisis. I would hope, I don't know, and I can't speak. There is now 4 auction platforms in Ireland, and there is many in the UK. I hope all of them will give an undertaking that that's what they'll do as well. I mean, if bottles are put in like that, they'll either honor what you've put on the back of the bottle, or they'll do my mentality of I don't take it, or it'll go up for charity or something like that. So I will do that. What am I at? I'm trying to find the image. I'm going to try and stick that up now in a second if we can get that. Okay, fair enough. You can drop it in as a background. See the on the right hand side. So you should be able to drop it in there. If you drop it in there, upload it and then just make it live. Tell me when you're making it live. So we are at 8:45. So the auction ends at 10 o'clock tonight. Again, just to reiterate, we've changed the normal operating of our auction. So instead of last 10 minutes, any activity extends about 20 minutes. We've shortened it right down tonight. So it's any activity in the final 3 minutes. We'll give it an extra 5 minutes for the bidder to come back, or for the underbidder to come back and to have another bid as well. So we're doing that. What else have we got here? I am looking at all these notes. I'm going to bring in another pet lunatic that we have. We keep him caged in Belfast. We try to not let him on public air too often because, well, he's just mental. He's more mental than me, but I'm going to drink him in. What are you drinking? Don't be drinking that necking a bottle of spirit there or something like that. So here, come on in, Paul. Join us. Have a bit of crack. How are you, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been drinking whiskey. I mean, we were drinking. I was in your company last night drinking whiskey as well.
Yeah. We drank plenty last night. Plenty.
Yeah, we did. We did drink rather a bit. We were the last men standing in the pub. We were evicted. Yes. So yes. Yes, I think these are all a bad influence on me. I think I'm going back to be, I'm not going celibate. No, it's not celibate. Pioneer, that's what I'm going to be back to be. Pioneer.
You can be celibate if you want. It's perfectly fine.
Well, Katie would probably volunteer for me to be celibate. I don't know about anything else. Nick, you can be celibate now. You have 2 kids as well. Paul, you have about 40 kids. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've got 4. I mean,
yeah. 4, 40. It's irrelevant. Yeah. I yes.
I'm having a wee drink tonight. I'm going to have a wee Timorous Beastie just now. So yeah.
Timorous Beastie. What's that? The Sherry Beast.
The Sherry Beast is a cask strength whiskey. It's 52.4%. Yeah, this is good. All malts blended together from the Highlands. So yeah, good stuff.
All malts. Have you done? You're after sticking that up. Put it there. Where'd you go with that? You had it there a second ago, Pat. Rob. You had it up on yours. I'm gonna Paul, shut your face for a second. No, not that one. No. If you get around to it. So that is there's 10 new samples was added. So there's 10 new auction items added. 4 mystery samples out of Anto's collection, and a sample of the new Thoman Gate Slava Ukraini, and some bespoke IWA merch, don't you know? Seeing as all the brands were very useless at giving me t-shirts when I was begging for them, I had to go off and make my own t-shirts and my own merch. So I've done that. So that's where we've got them. But have you got me print?
No, still working on it. He's
still working on it. You're useless, Robert. Come back to me when you've done. Oh God, he's terrible. Yeah, it's good stuff. Very hard to find.
Can I speak directly to Nick? Nick, well done. Listen, hat off to you. Fantastic you put so many bottles up for auction for this. I think it's a great charitable cause that we're doing here. So listen, fair play to you. Really says about you, but it also says a lot about the community. People who are willing to step up, they're willing to put their pocket and really give. So I've seen these bottles, crazy bids on them, which is super. We know the money's going at the right place. So, and I hope that people get to open them and drink them and share the whiskey as well. So, but for you to do it, Nick, it takes a lot. And the journey you're on, the project you're on with the Thorman Gate, unreal.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. But I also want to say thank you to everybody else who've donated. Dahi and Brendan and Louise of JJ Corey and Richard at Kirkmore Estate. He's donated an entire cask, folks. Not forget that. Dahi's donated bottle number 1 for a number of his cask shares. So it's not about it's a community. We're all a great community, a bunch of people who love whiskey, and I guess have a shared passion. And I think we all can agree that this is something we're all very passionate about. Is doing some good.
What's Dahi's number 1s at? What's the price at that just now on the auction? What's that looking like?
I can see I've got WD. Anybody can ping it up to me. Rubbish. My computer, I think it's running a bit slow.
It's at 1750.
1750. Fantastic.
1750.
Wow.
Now, and I'll actually just, now that you've said that, I'm having a bit of Coke because I was going to try the other Coke, but I thought I'll have that Coke instead of the other. Just to elaborate on what Dahi's thing is. So Dahi put up for sale a while back that you could buy into his future releases, which is a very innovative way for him to get people on board with the brand as well. So what he done was he sold cask shares of his future releases. So what he's done in this instance is you're getting bottle number 1. So what Nick's bottle number 1 is going for there at 11.50 or whatever that is the minute. You're getting 9 of them from Dahi's collection. I mean, 9 bottle number 1s. And we all know how bottle number 1s do well in auction, but it is a huge gesture for him because, again, I know every brand, every small brand would have a particular, soft spot. Bottle number 1, they want to keep it for themselves. They want to, it's something their number 1, they want to hold on to. So for Dahi to do it and for him to put all 9 of them up there, is a huge, really, really generous for him to do as well. So it's a massive one. But I think it's at 17.50 at the minute. That really should be a hell of a lot more. As I say, it is a very unique thing.
You have access to my account there just now. Robert has access to my account, yes?
We wouldn't have access to your account to do what?
You can make a proxy bid for me just now. Can we
no,
bid?
We can't make a proxy bid for anybody. You have to go on and bloody do it.
Right. Well, I'm going to bid.
You go on and bid. You look, I can shut you up for 2 minutes. I mean, I'd gladly shut you up for 2 minutes.
Watch this. I'm bidding on this.
You get in there. You get stuck in, Paul. You bid on that. You make sure.
Yeah.
Now, again, we all know that Paul is a multimillionaire who just fills his time just bidding on bottles of whiskey. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. So, yeah. Isn't that right, Paul? You're just a multimillionaire. Has something to do with the weekends,
You're funny. You're funny.
I'm funny. Listen, I'm just going to add something in here. I'm going to hide you guys for a minute.
Cool.
I'm going to... he's useless. So that's the actual original print that Nick is giving to us. Original artwork that Nick has given to us. He's also said, you've said what, Nick, that we're going to do some prints of this and they're going to be off.
We will sell them off, and proceeds of that will go to the charity Help Ukraine Center. So,
okay.
So I think that's something that anybody who would like to have something from the auction, but also, I guess, get involved, that would be something that we can definitely do. So we can have them probably be sent out first versus the original. So we'll just be waiting for the original to come over. So this gentleman is based over in Tokyo, who did this piece. He's a well-known whiskey bottled painter who is based out of Singapore, but as I said, he just recently moved to Tokyo.
Okay. Paul is a man of his word. I can see that Paul has gone in and bid there, and we're at 2050 for the Dahi O'Connell set. So we can, Paul, do you want to have anything to add there, or are you still hiding? Paul, hello, speak to me. No, he's not. He's gone. Somebody's ringing there. Right, Paul's going to come back to us. So that's the original artwork. I'm going to just drop that out now as well at the minute. Nick, Paul, tell me when you're back. Oh, is he back there? Add the stream. He's back in there. You're there. How are you?
A better picture, Anthony, to send you on of that bottle. That might be. I mean, not the artwork. I'll send it on. Yeah.
Cool. Do that. We can swap it around and we can get it. We can get it changed up as well.
Cool.
So, Paul, you are a man of your word. That is now at 2050. I can see you did bid on it. And it's now at over €2,000, which again, still is cheap, Paul, for what it is.
100%.
9 bottles. I mean, again, it's less than 200 quid for bottle number 1 or just over 200 quid. My maths was never very good. For bottle number 1 of each of Dahi's cask release. One of the things that I did that you did mention, Nick, is Carrickmore. So Richard's the Quer reached out to us and give us a cask. I mean, literally a cask that they have from the Carrickmore estate. Carrickmore estate looks gorgeous. I've never been down at it, but it looks like a gorgeous estate down in Waterford. And they've given us, so it's a single farm estate. So what they're doing is they're harvesting their grain and it was distilled again in GND, and it is a pot still of cask of pot still down with them. Again, any of the cask ownerships, the entry cask ownerships for a lot of these new brands and new distilleries, I mean, what it's at the minute is very, very cheap. So, I mean, look, I think people should be getting on that. It's at 5,700. I still think it's cheap. There is a few additions to that. Few terms and conditions on that is obviously that's not the duty, or that's literally the cask of liquid, but it's held in bond. You don't get to take it home and drink it in your house and dip a jug into it every time you want to have a wee drink or anything like that. But it's there. It's up, and it's at 5.7 at the minute. 2070. We are at 11.50 for bottle number 1 of Thomangate. We are at 5.40 for bottle number 2. I'm going to have a look at some of the other bottles for a minute. I'm going to drop out. You two can talk amongst yourselves, bullshit, do whatever you like.
Thanks very much. Very kind of you, Anthony. I actually went on and I realised I hadn't bid on the bulk. There's a Cologne bottle of the Stone Soup there as well. To go and bid on that. There's a hell of a lot of different types of bottles in this one. I know there's lots of the Thomangate, but there's loads of interesting wee finds people have dropped in there. If I had space for another cask, I probably would bid on the cask. But those bottles from Dahi, that's cheap as chips.
Oh, definitely.
You know, he's done right there putting that. He's such a sound fella. I love Dahi, good lad. And again, there's a good project, Nick. You know that that WD O'Connell brand is absolutely fantastic. Like,
absolutely. It's funny enough when we're both setting up at the same time, and actually Dahi and my own brother are very good friends. They went to university together, and we were both setting up. My brother was like, my mate's brother's doing a whiskey brand too. We need to talk to each other, and I know it was that kind of introduction. So that's the great thing about Ireland. Everybody's connected, and everybody and one of the great things Dahi's been involved with is the Irish Whiskey Guild, and Brendan as well, and Louise and Richard as well. So a lot of the brands we see here are coming from the guild as well. Independent whiskey businesses really. It's great to see that. It's really fantastic because these are all, there's no boardroom decisions being made for this. This is all people's hearts and minds, and they're going, fuck it, we gotta do something good here. So that's what's great.
And tell me this, have you got direct contacts at the moment in Ukraine? Have you got people there that Is there people on the ground supporting people there to get aid, to get food, to get supplies, financial support? Do you have people there that you know? So
a friend of mine that I met a couple of years back, 2014, over in Austria, in Vienna, I reached out to him, who has a company over there. He's been there, and I think I'm not 100% sure if he's still in the country or not, but I reached out to him and asked him what the situation was and what I could do to help, and he basically recommended the best charities that he felt were doing the best work, and that he vetted them and made sure that they were the right ones, as well as the few friends who I met in London who are, but they're out of the country and they're safe. So it's a very interesting thing to hear. Like, but everybody has somebody that they know is connected or is physically over there, and it breaks your heart really seeing because it's not a million miles away, folks. It's our doorstep, and there are people that were, as Anthony was saying, they were complaining about their traffic and bills and things like that, and now they're just trying to survive.
Nick, it's a city breakaway. City break. People would go to we venture into Eastern Europe now for city breaks. We go to and listen. Let's make no meal about this. People have gone to Russia in the last few years for little holidays and little jaunts, and we go to these. And all of a sudden, it is on our doorstep, and we are. And look, the world is full of conflict. Let's be honest. The world, what is so different is, I believe, and I strongly believe, that there's so many people who now live here. They live in Ireland. They live in the UK from Ukraine. People have come through that European, gateway to work here. I think there's a big relationship. So yes, there might be might be wars in Syria right now. We should mention that that there's wars in Syria, that there's wars against the people of Palestine. There's people in
Yemen.
There's countries all around the world where
Absolutely.
there are persecutions. There's people being killed. Yet you're choosing to support this conflict and the people who are in it. And I think this is a well-worthy cause, because, to be frank, this is something I think that is so close that we could be involved at any stage, at any step. If countries go awry, and it takes to issues to take place that we're it's on our doorstep. I hate the propaganda. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely
Of course.
But the thought of a Russian navy sitting off the coast of Ireland does not bode well, for the missile, launch range from Russian missiles to Ireland, not that far, and it's deeply depressing. But then you've got the true cost of this is people's lives, and the true cost is everyone in Ukraine is at risk, and it doesn't. This war is not distinguishing between the poor and the rich, and it's absolutely dreadful. So fair play to you, and fair play to everyone who's buying into the auction, who's coming on board, who's doing things. I did notice that in the chat, because I'm reading some people wanted to shave Anthony's beard. I'm glad they didn't say it's taken me a bit of time to get all mine back. I got my hair back. I've done all that, but Anthony could do his. He could do his.
No, Paul, I couldn't, because that other person, he who shall not be named, Michael Cowman, cajoled me into shaving for Movember, and now we did raise €10,000. I mean, it was the threshold. When we got the €10,000, it was shaved. I sort of don't mind, but I don't look right. I look abnormal now without my beard, and it's only sort of coming back to its original magnificence now. And me without it again just wouldn't be right. Because look, I mean, we there was a few people shaved for that Movember thing. Beardy Dave, which we all of a sudden just had to call him Dave because he wasn't fucking beardy anymore. But he's just hair, so he just grew it back the following morning, so it was back within a thing. Michael Cowman, who I believe will be joining us in a few, looked unnatural without it. I mean, I felt dirty even seeing a picture of him. I felt violated. So we'll not talk about that. I know Doug Ledden was involved, but I think he's now grown 2 hairs back, so he's all right. He's looking to go on for next year. He might have 4 by November next year, and he'll have 4 hairs, and he'll shave them off. He has said he will do them for charity as well. So that will be fantastic. You psychopath, shave your head the last time that we were on a screen. On a screen together, and I mean, it was probably one of the most surreal things. I still talk about it now, that you were walking around with the shears shaving your head like a fucking madman. Now, did you tell me you have a new celebrity barber at the minute?
I do. There's a guy, one of our lads that plays futsal within our team.
Which is netball for people who can't play netball. Is that what you said? Yeah.
Indoor football, futsal, comes from South America. It's a great sport. It's played at Champions League level, but whatever. Some of the guys in our team, they're from various countries, Brazilians, Portuguese, and one of the lads from Portugal famously has been cutting David Beckham's hair, So he cut my hair, which I think is pretty cool. You know what I mean? It was all right.
What is wrong with you? Men's have gone to fuck. He's up there talking about using Crew hair product in his hair, and you're talking about using celebrity barber. Would yourself get lost? Yes, just girls' blouses. I mean,
I just think I hear jealousy. I just hear jealousy. I don't hear anything else.
Could be about that, Nick. I mean, I can only hope. I mean, look, I've had a lot to put up with over the years. I've got red hair. I suffered terribly traumatic bullying when I was young. It still haunts me today. Actually, I don't think I was ever bullied. I don't think people were ever brave enough. But and then I come up against 2 good-looking guys. You're good looking, Nick. Paul, not so much. Paul, you must have something to be in 4K.
Come on now.
Yeah, no. What?
2 more. picture and Lord.
Okay, so 2 more things have been added to the print. Is now not the print. Stop calling it a print. It's not a fucking print. It's an original artwork. Is now live. It's in first position on the site. So if you log on to the site now, it's there. It'll be the first item that comes up when you go to the current auction. It's currently at €155, which again is cheap for an original piece of art done by a fucking guy or something, a fun guy or something like that. Yeah, some guy in Tokyo. He's not a fucking guy. He's a fun guy in Tokyo. He's an artist and is doing bottles. And then Laurie, unfortunately, he's from Cork. He decided that he wanted to get involved because, I mean, he has to make amends for living in Cork. So he donated some samples, which are there as well, aren't they, Laurie? Are they up? Where did you hide Laurie's samples? Throw them in at number 2. Change the position on them. Throw them in at number 2. So Laurie gives some samples. Laurie, obviously, he works hard for a living. Sorry, I couldn't say that out loud. Laurie donated these because guilt, I think, is why he donated them. So they're up there as well.
That, listen, again, here, fair play to people donating even at this stage. Tell me this, what have we got a picture of the print? Did I miss the picture of the print?
It's up. It's on the site. Look, it's actually here. There it's there, Paul. There it's there.
Ah, lovely.
Look at that. That is original artwork, and that's the fucking guy, a fun guy. What is his name? His name, anyhow. He's got it there in his hand. So that's a fucking guy holding a picture. That's a signature, isn't it? That's very good.
Yeah.
It's a signature.
Is he a hand model?
Is he a hand model?
Yeah, he could be. It looks like it, doesn't it? Really, like, you know.
Yeah, he does look like a bit of a hand model, all right. Speaking of models, sitting in the background or loitering is, thank God, he's got his beard back. Carmen, how are you?
How are we getting on?
We're all right. We were just saying how well you looked when you shaved your beard in November. I think that were my exact words. I think it was just saying how fantastic you looked.
Well, look, it's not often you get someone who's so handsome with a beard and without a beard. Like, it's just how life is.
Yeah, that's not what I was referring to. You are, Jesus Christ, you were ugly.
I am Jesus Christ. You are correct. You could have stopped there.
It was Connor's just commenting there, Paul, that the night is young, Paul, so you could shave your head yet. And that was a fun night. That just descended into anarchy that night. I mean, now, Carmen, what sort of clothes are you wearing there at the minute? Will we just have a look? Stand up there and model a bit for us.
Can you not? You probably can't see my chest. I'm wearing a bit of camo here.
Yeah, well, all I can see is the
training.
Your head seems to float there in midair. What's that about?
Yeah, no, I was doing a bit of training out in the yard there because you never know. You never know.
No. Well, you are Special Forces trained. We don't know what sort of Special Force it was, but you're Special Forces trained, all right. You did serve in our Navy, and thank you for your service. I mean, you know, you were out there rowing your wee boat and patrolling the cockle beds of Mullingar or something like that.
Well, it's about time you had a bit of respect for me now. That's all I'm going to say, you know.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I've nothing but respect for you. Yes, you're right. Michael Cowman, have you donated to this? You actually have donated. No, sorry, Michael Cowman. I take it back. You have donated. You were using your name and your celebrity status to get bottles. And I tell
you what, the fact that you were going to call me out here live on a live stream if I hadn't, you know.
No, well, I'll do that. I've no shame. I'll nail you to the wall, mate. Don't kid yourself. I mean, I will nail you to the wall. Don't, you know. But in fairness, because you are an influencer, you know, you do allow your name to be used with us. And I mean, Nick and Paul, and we're all very grateful that you did do that. I mean, because, you know, I think I need another drink.
260 on the original print.
260 on the original print. That is nice.
Jesus.
Fantastic.
That's about 80 quid a piece.
The samples, there should be more. They're getting bloody hoodies and shit from us.
I just do like that bit as well, which I'm not happy about.
Right. And you're giving away my whiskey collection.
I have a couple of scraps right on there.
Yeah. Exactly.
Made from a friend in King's Court.
Yeah, we've got poaching from King's Court there. If anybody wants that, we're going to have that. It'll probably be one of the samples. We might throw that in as well.
What are you drinking there, lads? I know I've come late.
I'm on rum and raisin at the minute. Batch number 1. It brings a tear to my eye. Hello, I'm getting in it. Nick's on Thomond Gate.
Nick, always be selling. Always be selling, Nick.
Sure. In the theme of it, we might as well be drinking what we're trying to sell today. Trying to in the spirit of it all.
No, fair enough.
I have to keep moving bottle number 1 away from me because, Michael, I've got bottle number 1 sitting here on the desk, and as this night progresses, there's a strong fucking chance that could be opened, and there's going to be a bit of explaining having to be done. So that's the back of the bottle. They shouldn't be showing that. There's the front of the bottle. So bottle number 1. Again, what price is it at? It's still cheap, lads. Get bidding on it. Bottle number 1's at $11.50. Hasn't moved. Pat Sheedy, you were the cheerleader for that. You were cheering that on. So, I mean, you were telling me every time it went up. So you need to get in there again and make sure that it's up a bit more. There is Whiskey Chat sample set. It's €34 at the minute, which, I mean, it's coming out of Cork, lads. I mean, it's liquid out of Cork, so it deserves more money than that. I mean, now it'll probably be glad to get out of Cork in the first place, so that's not,
Wouldn't we all? Listen, I spent 5 years there myself, and I can tell you, I wouldn't go back
to Cork. I don't think they'll have you back either, Michael. I think I don't think that's a decision entirely yours.
I mean, look, I'll be at some stage. I'll be left. The only place I'll be left to go would be Dundalk, and that won't be great.
Oh, you'd be welcome up here. We could stamp your visa, and we could bring you across the border and show you the sights, and we could bring you down to Belfast and have Paul.
The site. Show me the site.
No.
Well, from I'm drinking the new one from Cologne here anyway. John set me up a sample of the 11-year-old, so this is the carry out.
That's that boutique wee off license in somewhere in Cloughlin or somewhere like that, isn't he?
Yeah, Macroom, I think
Macroom.
He's in.
Yeah. He's look, it's nice to give him a shout out every now and then. He's a struggling wee off license, so it's nice to give him a shout out every now and then and make sure that he's he's trying to create employment for a couple of cows or a sheep or something like that, or he employs with a sheep or something. I can't remember what he said.
I think he told me before he's Ireland's biggest seller of Dutch gold. Would you believe that now?
I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably drinking most of it himself. I mean, again, there's not much to do. I mean, people get bored in Cloughlin or wherever he is.
Macroom or whatever.
McGillicuddy's reeks, or he's halfway up a mountain there. And look, again, it's always nice to give a wee shout out, a wee struggling brand down in Kerry. I mean, God love him. He's got everything going against him. He's down there. There is an outstanding warrant. Yes. Michael, do you know anything about this? Is this in reference to you in Cork or up the north? Yeah, well, let's just leave that there. Mick Maguire, I hope that's a load-bearing wall that Michael's presses are on. They look overloaded.
I'll be honest, Mick. Do you think I can afford presses? You know what I mean? These are obviously not mine.
No, wait a minute. I just want to see that. I just want to see. I can't see it up close. What's in the presses, Mick?
It's tea. It's mostly tea, mate.
You're dead posh. You have more than one brand of tea.
Hey. Yeah, no. There's green tea. There's black tea. There's other tea. Yeah. So
Laurie's chimed in there. I mean, the internet worked there 5 minutes ago in Cork, so we're elected. The neck of the lot of you, the People's Republic is live and strong. Yeah.
We all listen. Yeah. Let's just. I think, Anthony, you got yourself in trouble before. So
I get myself in trouble regularly, Mick. I don't know what you're talking about this time. Before for saying what? About Cork?
The less we say about Cork, the better, to be honest with you.
Katie's after walking in, lads. I wasn't talking about Cork. I never mentioned Cork. I never said anything about Cork. Cork's a lovely. I was just telling them how much I like Cork, Katie.
I'm sure you
are. I was, yeah, exactly.
And any bottles with a cork.
Any bottles with a cork. They're particularly my favourites. Or it open. Actually, move that again. That nearly got opened again. Pat Sheedy, credit card gets confiscated once they go past the 3/4 of a bottle mark. So if you're getting low in your bottle drinking, you have to bid on another one. Is that what you're saying? Yes, fair perfect logic. What are we at on the the stuff. €42 now for the whiskey chat sample set. What are they? Did he tell you what they were?
They're literally labelled. So,
yeah, I know, but I can't see. I'm blind.
Gary Crockett with Powers, John Lehman.
Killarney Part 1, Killarney Part 2, Midnight Silky. Yeah.
Belfast Whiskey Week sample.
Ooh, Belfast. Paul is a Belfast Whiskey Week sample there of Cologne. Red Spot.
Midnight Silky. That's what Larry calls himself, isn't it, when he's going around Cork?
Yeah, when he dresses up, you can imagine him. He wouldn't obviously he wouldn't be wearing camouflage like you. He wouldn't carry it off so well, but it's nice.
What time does bidding stop at tonight? What time is bidding stopping?
So 10 o'clock, Paul, and just to reiterate, so 10 o'clock tonight, bidding the auction's closing at. Okay. We've changed the normal functioning of the anti-sniping. So instead of the last 10 minutes, it extending for 20 minutes. We've cut right down to 3 minutes. So any bids in the last 3 minutes will extend that lot for 5 minutes. So it's 3 minutes and 5 minutes. Because if not, 4:30 in the morning, we'd still be here talking shite, bananas drunk, and people would be, offering livers and stuff like that for bottles. So no, we can't do that. Laurie, what are you saying, Laurie? Midnight Silky cask strength. Ow, very nice. And the Powers carry out Killarney single cask. Excuse me, he is flashing it out here. You can send that all in one message, Laurie. I know it's difficult with the lights flickering on and off in Cork every now and then, and the internet working occasionally. I know. €72. He's probably bidding on it himself, is he, or something like that?
Yeah.
Anthony.
Yes.
Did I see someone invited me to Belfast on the 20th as well?
No. And if Kennedy tries to chime in now, he doesn't. Nobody's going to Belfast on the 20th.
I'm actually in Belfast on the 20th anyway.
No. Paul Kennedy, you have a lot to answer for. No is the answer.
Class, I can't wait. Whatever the event is, I can't wait to see you there. As long as I don't have to pay for it, I'll be there.
Well, you're not. You wouldn't be an influencer if you didn't come out with that tagline, all right? That's the rest of them come out with. Laurie, there's another bit of the lights come on again in Cork, so we could send another message. Red Spot cast strength from DWL. What's that? Dancing with the lights on, or dancing with what's that?
Dancing with Lunacy, I think that one is.
Dancing with Lunacy in 2019. That's nice. Yeah, that's on as well. Well done. Lovely. Thanks, Laurie. Anything else to add, Laurie? Just throw in something else there. You can come on, Laurie, if you want. I mean,
you can only type one letter at a time, so it takes a while.
we can put on the subtitles for Laurie when he comes on from Cork, so people can understand him. If he does join us.
Go on.
Sorry, Paul. What were you saying?
No, I feel sorry for Laurie. I feel sorry for the guy. Like,
don't ever feel sorry for Laurie. He brings it on himself.
You know what? I love these wee tasting he did the other day for his wee birthday party. I thought it was great. Absolutely loved it. And that Midnight Silky that he was talking about, that cast strength is sublime. I'm really loving it. Love that.
I only had the standard strength one. I thought was excellent. To be fair.
Yeah, no, I was blown away. What they're doing down there, that project again, is a great project. I'm loving the fact that they've got their stills now working and they're starting to produce stuff in their new place. Yes, it's going to be big stuff from them. Big stuff.
I love the way you call it down. You call it down there as well,
Well, I'm sitting up here in Belfast in my perch. You know what I mean? Looking down the rest of.
It's roughly kind of crossways,
Well, we've got the busiest day here. It's election day was yesterday, but today's the count, and everyone is just watching the telly, going, right, what fucker's getting in? Who are we going to hate the most today?
Which flag? Which flag do we put up at the end of the
day? Flags, get the flags out. So it's desperate today. It's been very desperate. Watching people not retaining their seats. It's really so sad. Yeah. You know what?
Be very careful now.
Listen, so sad. No, but listen, for democracy, this is really interesting. They asked for single transferable voting systems. That's what they want. They want this, and all of a sudden they're now fucked. That we're seeing the two biggest parties spread the vote, across, and all of a sudden we've got an alliance, populist, middle ground, liberal kind of thinking, vote taking place in Northern Ireland, which is really interesting. So I know we're we don't really shouldn't talk politics, but actually today's
shut up, stop talking politics.
Listen, I'm going to head on, right? Because I enjoyed my wee drink.
Oh God, because you were starting to talk shit about politics.
No, I need to go and bid on some stuff. I've already bid on a couple of things. I'm going to bid on. I need to get myself a thought.
You can multitask, Paul. You
well,
can.
I know, but drinking, talking, bidding. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. I take it.
I know, but
especially after I had drunk a lot last night on lots
we did. I mean, and again, as I said earlier on in the evening, I think it's Jarlath Watson's fault because 3 times this week, this is not a word of lie, 3 times this week I've been drunk, and all 3 of them Jarlath has been there. So it's the only thing that I can come to the conclusion that Jarlath's the bad influence. I mean, I'm looking to join the priesthood and be a pioneer and celibate. He's the one that sort of leads me astray. And like last night, he said like it's going to be a quiet night. The last night I was drinking with him in Dublin. We were in the Palace Bar, and he said, "Oh, it'll be a quiet night tonight." And then all hell broke loose. We were staggering home at 2 a.m. It's Jarlath. I think that's the thing. And he hasn't a clue about whiskey. I've been trying to educate him this last wee while. He doesn't know anything about whiskey, so he thinks Bushmills 21 is better than Bushmills 16. He's an Egypt. God love him. It's...
Yeah, anyone who thinks that is an idiot anyhow.
Absolutely. Look, exactly. Yes. Uneducated masses.
Call the noobs out. Call those noobs. Give me a 21 Bushmills. Wise up, son. You've gone well over your budget. Larry
has joined us from America. Good evening, Larry. How are you, sir? It's obviously the sun has risen on the West Coast. He's asking about subtitles. You count yourself lucky that Larry's from Cork's not here, because then nobody would have a clue what's going on.
I know. If you had Jarlath and Laurie now, speaking of Jarlath, if you had Jarlath and Laurie, that would be
great, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be some crack?
2 whales singing at one another.
Yeah. Drunk whales. How's Paul? How's the vote coming along? Shut up, Paul. You can't be talking about voting. We're not be talking about that. Get up. So you go on, Paul. You're going to do some bidding now. You can bugger off and do some bidding.
Nick, well done. Super, Nick. Thank you very much, Nick. Anthony, well done for hosting all of this. Mick, enjoy your evening. Michael, take care.
Thank you. I'll see you on the 20th.
See you later.
No.
Paul Kennedy's just after texting me there. He's telling me the event details. So I'll see you there.
Paul Kennedy, you've a lot that feck off. Just on this, back to what we're actually here for. The whiskey chat sample set is at 72 now, lads. All the IWA merch, so the hoodies and t-shirts or whatever the fuck they are, and the 5 samples are all doing good, 80 and 90 quid, but they need to be more. If I'm going to, depends on how much money's raised as to what samples you get. Because at the minute, you're getting Jameson Orange and Proper 12 and Poaching from King's Court. So, I mean, it's not looking good for you. So, you need to dig a bit deeper for that. If all else fails, blame Jarlath. Absolutely. It's the only thing that everybody should do and say. Leave Jarlath alone, Whiskey Wednesdays. No, let's abuse Jarlath. Sell a bit. I thought you were looking to sell a lot. Yeah, very good. Sell a bit, not sell a bit. Michael, how's the celibacy coming anyhow?
Listen, mate, if I could keep them away from me, that'd be, I'd be better off.
You didn't have that problem last November, strangely enough, did you?
Listen, sometimes you just have to bring the levels down sometimes, you know what I mean? The pure raw sexuality. You can't be going around like that the whole time. It's not fair on people. People have wives, people have girlfriends,
and they look long
on the active. I feel bad for you,
Well, Katie does. Actually, Katie goes around hugging lots of strange men every time we're at these things. I don't know, I might start reading into that or looking into that a wee bit more. Somebody who's loitering in the background. Are you ready, Mr. O'Connell? I see you were filling your glass, so I'll throw you in there at the deep end.
Hawks. Right. Come off.
You're a dick, Cameron.
Well, I actually do have to go shortly. But I'm here for now.
Where are you dining tonight? Obviously, you're dining somewhere posh if you're away off it now, are you?
No, I was. I'm only back, but I've been away all week. I was in London all week, doing things.
Influencing and shit.
No, selling things. You know what I mean? My actual job.
Did you actually sell that?
You've got a dog.
I sell so much I've nothing left to sell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know about that now?
I'd sell confidence to a man from Cork,
Jesus.
Because God knows they need it. Like, God love them. They're all shrinking violets down now. Right. Just sorry, Dahi, to cut across. I did jump in. Anto, tell people to bid on the 2 clone bottles or they'll be kicked out of the cult. There's a threat that you're going to get a kick in the cult if you don't buy the cologne bottles, according to Mick McGuire. And Mick will get something tall to stand on and he will kick you in the head.
Come on, you fucking cults.
Cults. You're not allowed to say that on live, God's sake.
I said cults.
Cults. Not cults. Yes. Dahi, we were talking about your 9-bottle donation. You were instrumental in this, and again, you and I know you and Nick had spoken, about this anyhow, as in addition to talking to me about it. But you were reaching out to all your contacts, and shut up, Cam, and look at him. I can. This is quite simple. I can just do that. He can go away. There we go. You did reach out to all. I mean, you did get Cowman involved. I know he's your unofficial lackey or whipping boy. And
he doesn't do me, man.
No, unofficial mouthpiece, I think might be the word. The codpiece. Yeah.
When my dad over there tells me to do things,
Yeah, you have to do it.
Fuck off. I feel old enough I could be your dad.
Well, you look at it, so let's not lose it. Dahi, we were trying to explain to people, and maybe we didn't do it justice, your 9-bottle donation. So it's bottle number 1. At the minute, it's at $21.50, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. $21.50. Bottle number 1 for your set is it's a rare opportunity to get 9 bottle number 1s.
Yeah, a moment of madness, I'd say. I was bidding on it myself early days to try and buy it back because I was going, shit, I'm actually giving away 9 bottle number 1s of a one-off set that we're doing. But I know it's great. Like it's like the 9 bottles we've got are the first one is being bottled this year. It's part of the cash share program that we set up just to try and release cash flow from stocks that we owned, and something unique. So it's capped at 150 bottles per cask, and they're all 50 cl bottles, and they're all cask strength. So the first one is a 2002 malt.
I mean, they're at $21.50. A bottle release, as Robert's just dropped it into the chats and a lot of the channels. WD O'Connell cash share complete set of bottle number 1s. So most people, again, we've featured the bottle number 1s in a fair few auctions, and they always go. I reckon it's roughly about double what a normal bottle goes. I mean, we've seen it many times here with the auctions and stuff like that. It sells for multiples of what a general release bottle would do. So for you to be giving away 9 bottles of it, and at the minute that's just over €200 a bottle, it's for nothing. It is literally for nothing.
So it's bottle number 1 at Thomond Gate right now.
Yeah, factor in bottle number 1 of Thomond Gate at the minute is what?
$11.50.
$11.50. So I mean,
I'm not nearly as popular as that Nick fella.
Well, as you said, you're fairly popular. Come on now.
He's the best spoken man to come out of Limerick.
I tell you, it's like listening to 2 bald fellas fight over a comb. Will you give it up? Will you?
Well, certainly at auction, we're definitely not. We don't make any kind of money at auction at all. So
don't be blaming me.
Huh?
That's not my fault.
I'm not blaming you at all.
I can see, I can see the slight in your voice there. You were just like that was a big diss, Anto. Yeah.
I don't care less. I don't make whiskey for auctions anyway, so I don't care. Like so.
Hey, you're fighting words, Dial. I had feelings you just hurt them back for that.
I'm just making friends here, aren't I?
Yeah.
I did you going down to a ball alley somewhere.
Yeah, I didn't mean to sound anything like that. Anyway, my point is.
Yeah, it's said now. You can't take it back. Don't just stop digging, will you?
They are getting bargains, absolutely. At 220 quid a bottle or whatever it is, or at the moment.
Can I chime in? Actually, I will chime in, and the reason I'll chime in is because I've seen it. It's not just you. It's one of the most bizarre things that I genuinely can't explain. The brands that people talk about and rave about of drinking the whiskey, like they love the taste. So we see it with Cologne, we see it with Dunville's, we see it with your own brand, we see it with the Thoman Gate. They have a tendency not to do so well in the secondary market. And again, no slight to our Cork brethren, but the Middletons, which, to be polite, is just a generic whiskey, or it is a magnificent whiskey, the MVR. But it's nothing spectacular like many of the single cask releases that you do, or Dahi or Jarlath in Dunville's does. And they seem to get, everybody loses their shit and collects them, the collectability of it. So good drinking whiskey. And a wise man said, well, it was Stephen McGuinness, who isn't all that wise of the tribunal. He did say to me years ago about, the ultimate arbiter of collections is if the whiskey is drank. Because in years to come, and I think this is where you guys will maybe kick on to another level, is in years to come, because people are drinking the bottles now, because they're opening them and enjoying them, there'll be less of the bottles around. Yeah. So they really then will kick on and get, proper good prices and on the secondary market. So it is, and it's not just you, Dahi.
Well, Anthony, do you know what? Do you know which brand I tell you is the biggest one for me on that? Is you see proper 12 on the secondary market, and you see it doesn't do anything at all, and I think that's just proof, if ever it was needed.
Which is now going to be on a ridicule note. It is going to be the second biggest whiskey in America this year.
I think the growth rates. I think Tully grew about 4% last year. Proper 12 was at about 20 odd.
Yeah, it's still at number 3, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think based on if the trajectory keeps going the way it's going,
it's going to be the second biggest. But look, again, you jest. I hope you jest. But there is a truth in what I say, because again, we've seen it time and time again in that the prices for the real good drinking whiskies don't seem to kick on. The Irishman 17, again, they do all right. They don't do spectacularly well. And as I say, the Dunvilles, the W.D. O'Connell, and the Thoman Gate, actually, there's a few anomalies that if I look back through the data, that it really, they just come out of the darkness and go, you're right there, kid. They come out and blow it out of the water. But that's just, the celebrity of Nick, I think, more than anything else.
But he is so very handsome.
He is a good looking lad. Dahi, what is the drinking whiskey as he sits in front of a wall of unopened whiskey? Shut up. Yes. Who said that? Did you see this? Look, no better man talking about the importance of drinking whiskey as he sits in front of a wall of unopened bottles.
Hi, Katie.
Sorry, that was your own. Hi, Katie.
Hi, sweetie.
Look at the head in him. Look, I know because you can't see all of them because he's camouflaged there against the presses. But he'd have clothes on him as well, so he's can't be there.
Leave Michael alone.
Is that in County Wexford or outside Dublin at the moment?
I'm in Drumcondra at the moment.
Oh,
is that not North County Dublin?
That'd be North Dublin. Wouldn't be North County Dublin now.
Yeah.
What's the fucking difference?
Oh. Well, one is outside in the countryside, and it's Skerries, and the other one is Croke Park, where Croke Park is.
Oh.
Bertie,
did you do geography as part of your sailorship things?
You didn't do it as part of anything. You've done.
Oh, I'm an uneducated buffoon. Everybody knows that.
I say, you know where the border is, and that's about it. Like,
excuse me, I know nothing about it, Your Honor, and I deny everything. Dahi, get back, talk about the whiskey. Final 24 minutes of our charity auction. Get those bids in, lads. Robert's after giving me a dig there to spur it on another wee bit. what are we at for the Thomond Gates? We're still at 11.50, lads, and 5.40. What is that? Come on, the fuck, get in there.
That's some money for a single bottle, like, fair play.
It's not enough. It isn't enough. It should be more. And your bottles, I mean, again, as I was trying to emphasize, but Michael Cowman kept sort of winking at me and catching me off guard.
Yeah, with hindsight, we probably should have split them up, you know, but is what it is.
I don't know. Look, I think it's a hell of a thing for one person to get. I really do. I think it's a hell of a thing that, I mean, it just, you know, it really is a spectacular collection. I mean, again,
it's a nice set. We're going to release the first one in June as a 20-year-old single malt from Cooley. That was it's 4 years in a rum cask, and you know, as I said, it's limited to 150 bottles each time, and it's 1 a year for the next 9 years. And there's a couple of non-GI pot stills. There's going to be an 18-year-old Milton Duff from Scotland, which is very tasty, isn't it, Michael? Already.
That was really nice. In fairness,
there's a grain. There's going to be 15-year-old grain that's in the ex-sherry butt that we had from the Bushmill stuff. There's 2 pot stills, a pot still PX, a pot still bourbon then as well. So there's 4 pot stills in total, I think.
And I think it's a really cool thing to do, like in terms of splitting up the cask. You know, that makes it a little bit more affordable for people to be able to get in on the. Yeah,
it took off well in the first 5 casks, and I'd say the last 4 then they didn't kind of sell as well. So, but we'll keep them open. Like we'll bottle up to 150 each time, and you know, we have years to sell some of them, so it doesn't matter. Like, and we'll stick them, and any ones that are not sold, we'll just stick them in our shop when we open our shop up on site next year, up on the shelf, you know. So
you have, sorry to disturb you there, Dahi. You have begun sort of some of the similar journey. I mean, the 2 years aren't that dissimilar in that you've set up a new headquarters down in Waterford, I do believe.
Yeah, Kilmac Thomas, just off the Waterford Greenway there. That's Kilmac is about 20. It's halfway between Dungarvan and Waterford, just off the N25, and there's a 43-kilometer long greenway going from Waterford to Dungarvan that will connect up with Rosslare and down into Cork eventually over the next couple of years.
Rosslare,
we've got 10,000 square foot warehouse and production facility there. So that'll be ready. We're just waiting on power at the moment, actually. So we should be kicking off work there in end of this month or start of June. We'll be able to start bottling ourselves and blending and maturing with our own bond.
Will you open it to? I don't mean are you open it to the masses, but are you going to welcome people to it, or is it just?
We won't be doing any organized tours or anything at the moment. But if anyone wants to pop in anytime, sure, just message me on my phone number or Facebook or Twitter or whatever, doesn't matter. We'll sort you out, you know.
Okay. And what's your biggest challenges been to date? Do you know, or
paying for it?
If you do it, what are you drinking, Cam?
Huh?
Tea.
No, I'm drinking from a craic.
I just saw the Flamenco cup earlier, and now I see this. Come on.
The Flamingo glass is an IKEA glass, isn't it, Michael?
It is. In fairness, when we're talking about struggling brands, you know, here's the IKEA glass.
It's brilliant.
Every home should have some.
Huh?
Every home should have some Flamingo.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. And then I got a craic yesterday when I was over in London. So
you just got one.
It was in the office, and someone said to me, "Do you want that?" I said, "Yeah, sure."
Oh, you didn't pay. You didn't pay to get entered into it and nominated and given one, no?
No. Dahi, do you know what? We should start our own society.
Yeah, you did say. You remember that's one of the first conversations I had with you, actually, was to do that in Ireland. We should actually, now that we've so many.
Yeah, he's not great on like, I mean, he's not like, I mean, again, look, if history's taught us anything about Cowan, he's not great on following through on things, you know. I mean, he said he was doing that.
Like my girlfriend.
Yeah. You said you were doing that. I remember the conversation. You said
is that what she says? They're not great.
So I mean, the conversation. So the idea, right, just to throw it out to the masses, was that.
Oh God.
So in Scotland, they obviously have the Keepers of the Craic, which is an organisation that recognises people that have done a lot for Scotch whisky. So the idea was that we would have something similar in Ireland in order to kind of recognise.
I think that's just. Sorry, I have an objection. I can't win it every year.
But we'd split it between you and and
silence, tumbleweed.
You and Michael and maybe Katie can get the odd year, and John Fleming
gets nothing.
Year,
She's nothing.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be tough to beat Jan Fleming now for what he's done for Irish whiskey.
Down in Cloughlin,
phenomenal stuff.
That struggling little off license that he has down there in Macroom or wherever he is.
Well, he just has. Is he selling out the boot of the car these days, or he's upgraded to a hatch now? I think, has it?
Well, I think he got a second-hand van from one of the Healy Rays, I believe. Now I think it's one of the second-hand vans he has there, and he's out the side door. You can buy measures. I think that's what he's doing. He's going around and delivering it. I mean, look again. Let's give him a shout out again. What's his name, Dahi? Do you know his name? That little struggling carry out off license down in Cloughlin or Kenmare or where is
he?
Dickie. Yeah, he's some Dickie, all right. Yeah, some Dickie on him, all right. It is like the Lord Mayor of Killarney. It is just you genuflect when you're in his company. I mean, it's just. It truly is a humbling experience. It really is. Just
you couldn't go for a drink with him because he just wouldn't be talking to you all night. He'd be talking to everyone else. That have to come and shake his hand.
Well, he is a bit of a celebrity down there. I mean,
king of the town. King of the town.
We should mention Anthony that that cask that was given generously to by Richard from Corrickmore, Richard Beresford, and. Corrickmore Estate, for anyone who doesn't know, there's a cask on there. They've been doing their own barley. They have a huge farm there. It's a big old estate, and they've been growing their own barley and getting distilled the GND using their own mash bill and selling the cask. I think in the UK mainly at the moment for this kind of cask club that they're doing. And I think there are other plans in the pipeline or for the future to do stuff on site. So he donated a 3-year-old pot still whiskey cask, which is super. It's at 5.9 at the moment, is it? So yeah, like that's a nice one to get. Like it's ready to go, but you get lots of perks with that as well, and it's really unique. So even a few people banded together for that, but it's just definitely deserves a shout out because he's no whiskey on the market or anything like that. So fair play to him, And
do you know what? Fair play to him as well, because with that club that I mentioned there, that we were kind of looking at setting something up. He said we could use Carmore House as well.
Oh, at some spot.
Did
he say that?
No, this is genuinely. He said, "Listen, if you want to use that for award ceremonies every year, no problem," because he really liked the idea. And I think, look, it's just when we are talking about it. I'm gonna
sorry, I'll hide that. Sorry.
You're all right. No, look, and when we are talking about it, I think it's just about getting a kind of a mass of people behind it, because we kind of started trying to kick that off, and then COVID basically happened, so it was difficult to have meetings in person, and nobody really knew what they were doing. So
yeah, I think that was the biggest thing. I mean, look again, and I'm sure you guys more than anybody. I mean, I was in a bit of a blessed position because I was always online, and my business, kicked on a wee bit because people were home and probably had nothing better to do than bid on auctions and that. But I mean, the challenges can't be ignored for the last 2 years. I mean, again, a lot of pubs who we all have friends that are in the pub trade, or we've all of, colleagues. You guys depend on getting the whiskey in the door. Cowman needs the pubs to feed his celebrity. So when he goes into these places, he gets free drink all the time. It really did set everything back. So I know when you're talking about creating this cult. No, can't use cult because Mick Maguire already has that.
Mick will go fucking ballistic.
Yeah, I was going to say you can't call it cult, even though
we were looking at something like the Two-Head Danan or something. Kind of a throwback to the old Irish folklore, and having something around that. But
hey, listen, you probably take him on Nick's next bottling's names there. Relax.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Yeah.
Basically, those TBI under the ground people, the hidden people, is what it's translated as, isn't it?
You would know that, wouldn't you?
Those working in the background and behind the scenes,
Yeah, because you've always been shy and in the background. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to give myself the award, you know what I mean, the first year.
I'd be surprised you didn't.
You should be allowed to enter it, wouldn't you? Like,
look, I think if I was voted for by a panel of my peers, I'd be more than happy to accept.
You'd humbly accept it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, you've got all your mates to vote for the other things that you won. I mean, again, how in the name of holy hell did you win half of them? But like, let's not get into abusing.
You temper your tone when you're speaking to a global icon of whiskey, you know?
Yeah, you're some global icon, all right.
go on.
Yeah. Last 15 minutes, lads. Robert just posted it up there. So 2250 for Dahi at the minute for your thing. 59 for the Currickmore Estate. 1150 for the Thomond Gate bottle number 1. 540 for bottle number 2. I think all the other ones are kicking along nicely. The sample set from Laurie, our pal in Whiskey Chats, is at 105. And the samples that Robert is donating from his own whiskey collection, not fucking mine, are all doing all right, 90 and 95 quid.
Not yours, because you don't open yours.
No, I don't open mine, because everybody knows I don't drink whiskey. Tim says I voted for him like 345 times. Tim would have voted for you. What's that?
Cadenhead's Bonahaven, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Where'd you pick that one up?
I picked it up at a Ukrainian auction in Germany. I paid 300 quid for it, so it fucking better taste good.
That's not what it's about, Dahi. It was for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Neon message.
And I got into this bidding war with this other German guy. I was like, I'm not losing this.
Do you know what I have here that
and again,
do you know what I have that I'm going to bust out, and it's something fairly special? Hold on.
He's probably got 55-year-old something. Where did you go on with the lights? 55-year-old single malts or something like that, knowing him. Right, lads.
20-year-old the other day. You think he'd have something special at this stage, like, you know?
He what?
He was only drinking 20-year-old.
Well, again,
sure. We all have loads of 20-year-old.
Connor says that's nice. What is he at? Connor says that's nice. The Bonahaven. What's this?
What is that?
Oh, Clare Island.
No, this is a Duncan Taylor, right? It's a 1968 Glenrothes, 45-year-old.
Nice. No, that is nice.
So we'll see if it's actually anyway decent.
Well,
Straight
this
from the Flamingo.
58%, 2010. Only 10 years old.
Go on, Cameron. You're on the big screen. Show that again. What is it? Duncan Taylor. What?
It's a Duncan Taylor Glenrothes distillery, so 1968. So when we at the last drop went to we have our own Glenrothes, and when we went to bottle it, they went out and they basically purchased the most expensive Glenrothes they could find on the market for at a similar year. And so this is said alcohol.
Brian Redden has a suggestion there for you, Michael. I don't know if you can read it. It's on screen.
Samples that for the auction? Absolutely no problem.
Yeah,
brilliant.
That's lovely.
What's left in it? There's probably, I don't know what's left in it. Maybe 400 ml left in it.
Well, I'll have 50 ml. Thanks very much.
Yeah, there you go. It's already. I don't think it's going for charity. It's going. Jesus, that must cost. Connor, would you please refrain from using language of that? It's fucking terrible.
Anto,
yes.
Anto, if you want to throw 100 ml of that in for an auction prize there right now, we can do that.
For play.
Yeah, he'll do it. Yeah, he'll get it done. He'll get it done now. So that's going up now. Robert will get it done, even if it's Duncan Taylor. Michael, can you WhatsApp me that what it is?
I'll send it over to you,
please.
Item in the auction now. Feck's sake.
So 10 minutes left, lads. We are lamping away. Make sure that everybody's getting them last bids in. Hopefully, everybody's getting the bids in and they're securing the items that they want. There is, where am I looking at?
The Razé is at 160. That's a nice one.
Yeah, so Ian gave me that, or John or Jennifer or whatever he calls himself this week as one of his many aliases. It was a bottling that his name is on the front of it. It was a bottling that he was involved in putting together, as he is with a lot of them. I mean, again, in fairness to the man, I mean,
Fingers and many pies.
Yeah, I don't want to give him a big head because he's already got a big enough fucking head. But it is. You got that there? Coming up. Yeah.
He's like the godfather of the Irish whiskey scene going around. He's Barry O'Neill, I think about the whole time.
He's brilliant, and I mean, again, he does a lot of work for charity. Again, I think that. I don't think he does it same as ourselves and same as what we're doing, and there's none of it for the applause or for the well, apart from Michael, obviously he does everything for applause, but we don't do it for recognition. But again, Ian does a fair bit behind the scenes, and he's always organising something and tastings and samples, and you know he's very good. Now he's a pain in the ass, but I mean, look, who isn't?
Aren't we all, pal?
Speak for your fucking self. Thanks, Connor. Connor's going to cut out the swearing because I think that's very appropriate. We'll just throw that up on the screen. Michael, you are giving us 100 ml sample of that, and it is going up now in a second. So, lads, have your bidding fingers ready because there's 8 minutes left. So, Robert's here working fingers of fury, getting that created, and we'll drop it into position number 1, if you can, please. So it'll be on the site now in a second as well. Lads, again, look, we're in the dying minutes of the auction-ish. Depends on how long people keep bidding for. But I think it's you three are guys that I've had the conversations with. I know that you have all reached out to various contacts that you've had with Louise and with Dingle and with everybody else who's donated something in, and it has been a pleasure for us to be able to facilitate it. It's a pleasure for us to be able to get you guys on screen, have a bit of crack, talk shite, insult each other, and hopefully raise a few pounds as well. So we're doing good on that.
Fair play.
Yeah, I know, and fair play. Like it's the work that you've done to do it. Like, you know, we've only had to make phone calls and stuff. Like you're actually doing all the work in the background. So
I don't do much work at all. If the trip, you know, and I mean, I've got minions now. I mean, obviously, I'm above that myself. You know, I snap my fingers and things happen. Panties fall. No, Katie, I didn't say that. And everything else gets done. You know, so it's good.
Yeah, and a big thanks to obviously all the community out there, you know, spending their money. That's
definitely
as well.
It is the thing that I keep saying. The sample is live, so Cowman's sample is up live. Do we call it Cowman's juice? I'd love to call it Cowman's juice. Did we? Lord of the Last Drops juice. Oh my God, that just brings all sorts of connotations there, doesn't it?
Fuck me,
yeah.
I'll tell you what it is.
So it's up on site now in position number 1, I hope, and hopefully people are bidding on that. That is, gets a look at it. It's 41 quid it's at the minute already. 100 ml sample. Any days, Michael, how much that bottle would have cost?
I think it's about £2,000 a bottle.
Huh?
I think it's about 2,000. I think €2,000 retail.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Laurie said it should be called cow juice.
Wouldn't that be just milk, Laurie?
Yeah, that's always a funny thing, isn't it? Cow juice. It's not really, can't call it milk. It's at €70. What's it at? It's away on. Yes?
Yeah.
Lads get bid €93 there for Cowman's juice. Cowman's juice at €93. This is a live auction. You can imagine. It's like a stud, aren't you, Michael? We'd be studding you out there.
I'll tell you what, lads, I'll throw in a bit of my own as well, huh?
Stop.
This is going down here fast, like, you know.
45-year-old Michael, then that's a bargain, isn't it, considering 45-year-old Irish whiskey costs €48,000.
Yeah. And it's a single malt, so it's a single malt cast. It's 46.9%. So very good.
140 quid at the minute. Yes, it's going strong, Michael. Michael's juice is going strong. There you go, Michael.
I'll be sure to put it in a nice clean, I don't know, Gordon's gin naggin or something for you.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have one of them old plastic bottle lying about the place or something like that.
Stick it in the old Fernet bottle there, you know.
I'll call up and we'll decant it correctly.
Okay. We have, so again, just to reiterate, we're down to 4 minutes now left on the site. any bidding activity within the final 3 minutes will kick it on an additional 5 minutes. So we're not going to be here till 12 o'clock because my liver won't hold up, and I'll probably have to go for a piss at some stage as well. So we can't be doing that.
Well, I'll have to jump off now soon as well before.
I don't want to know what you're going to do. Does Jen know you're going to jump off on her? Dirt bird, dirt.
I'm glad she doesn't have any interest in watching these streams. That's all I'll say.
I don't think Jen has any interest in anything that you do, so let's not kid ourselves here, you know.
Yeah, no, it's probably a fair point.
She tolerates you, I think, is the best. A bit like Katie and me. It's more of a love tolerate thing, you know.
Is that not genuinely? Is that not what everyone in my life does? Is they tolerate me rather than, you know?
Dave O'Connell, I logged in again now just to hear you talk Michael's juice. There you go. Yes, Cowman's juice, so we can get Cowman's juice.
He's
and it's currently at
Cowman. For hire. There's no bother. Just put a nail in the back of the door and leave him off.
Yeah, €200 Cowman's juice is at now at the minute. So there we go.
AI man in there.
Yeah. The print is doing well. What's the print at? It's at 270 at the minute. Just gone up there as well. 270. So the original artwork is at 270. I think it should be a lot more.
Any idea what the total might be close to at the moment?
That'd be great. Yeah.
Can give me 2 seconds.
And that's what he's doing. That I would say fair play to you. You know, really, really generous prizes for both. Yeah, I know we're having
just shy of 40k at the minute.
Wow.
Just shy of 40,000 cumulatively.
Fair play.
So that's nice. That's now again. It's just a quick look at, and again, it's changing every second at the minute. So, yeah, it's doing all right. There is 2 minutes left and a lot of the items there. So any activity within the last 3 minutes kicks it on for another 5 minutes. So some of them have already, I can see them there, already kicked on a wee bit. And that is doing well, isn't it? Some of the things, the cask is at 6-1 at the minute.
Oh, brilliant.
I think the Meisels are going cheap, are they? The Meisels are going cheap. The Meisels are going cheap, lads. 2 bottles from Mark and the guys over in Galway to give us them. So we need to get them up a wee bit more. Anything else there, Rob? As I say, we're probably into the final minute, so people need to, just coming up to 1 minute left. There's a few things that need to kick on there. Michael's juice is at €200. It's still cheap, Michael, for a sample of your juice. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, there's clinics that pay me more.
There is. You probably have got more in your other days when you were in making deposits. Connor, great stuff. Charlotte, look, there he is. Look, welcome in. Charlotte, sorry I'm so late. He probably had a wee nap. He is old, so he probably had a wee nap this afternoon because yeah, he's been out drinking. God love him.
Did I hear Charlotte say he's going to donate a VIP tour to the distillery now?
No. Mental. Whiskey chat samples 135 quid. 30 seconds left, lads. Get your bids in. It'll kick them on another wee bit. 1150 225061 for the Currickmore cast. 20 seconds. We're about to go end with the first tranche of items, so they're going now in 10 seconds. So any bids will kick it on for another 5 minutes. I don't know what else has gone on there. Some of the things have kicked on already, some of them haven't. There's some of the items have ended, so they're just ended now. And we're on to the tranches. The second finish, Michael Cowman's thing ended at €200. There you go, Michael. €200 for Michael's juice. There you go. That's nice.
That's not bad, right?
So there's 60 items still going.
Anthony,
yeah. Yes.
I'm going to take my leave of you. With the best of luck now, and fair play to all the lads for raising a few pounds. So fair play to you.
Thanks, Michael, for joining us.
You are a bit of a legend in your own world, and you do stream a wee bit into our world as well. So good on you. It's always nice to have you on board with us.
No, listen, fair play. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Fair
play, lads. Fair play. All right.
And there's Cowman gone. Yay! We can talk about him now because he's only a few of the items still live. The original artwork's at 310. There's some of the things gone on. Dahi's after doing something to the camera. The other way, your other side, your other left. Let's look at that. You are a good-looking man, Dahi O'Connor. So the items are still going. So any activity now within the final 3 minutes of these, we'll kick them on for another 5 minutes. Last chance to get some of them. What did you say, Dahi? There's 60 still live?
Yeah, there's 60 still live. Yeah, the Razzie
60 items still live.
Somebody outbid me on the Razzie, you fecker.
Yeah, fecker, yeah. So hopefully somebody heard us there on the Michael missile, and it's kicked on. Patron XO. And there's a fair few of the Thoman Gate. So this is literally the last chance to get the Thoman Gates. Any of them that's live there on the site. So some of them have been won already, but there's still a few left on the site, and it'll be the last chance to get them. They will not come up again, as I said, because we won't be listing them on our site as again. Dahi's on the sauce. Wrecking the place. Yeah, Dahi, what was that about? You were throwing shit around the place there as well.
Yeah,
Martin Purcell, well done all. I'm delighted they've secured one. Hopefully all. Well done to all, especially Katie. Katie didn't do anything.
I got that bottle of wine. Nice one.
As is usually the case, Katie done nothing because she doesn't do anything at all, ever. Not a good Katie.
That was a nice prize by the 1601 in Kinsale.
Mick McGuire said it's Cowman's milkshake. I like that, yeah. Hi, Katie. How are you? She heard me. You coming in and sitting beside me? I don't know if I can. Look, you can't. The camera's up there. Yeah, so nobody. Are you in there to keep manners on me? Brian Redden, great work for all. It is, Brian. Yeah, I mean, it's again, tip of the hat to the lads to get involved. So 60 items are still live and you can still bid on them. Whiskey Chats.
Who picked up the set? I see it's done. Anyone listening?
Done.
That wants to come forward and say they won the set, or do they want to be anonymous?
I don't know. Dahi set. Who can you say to me on the QT? Katie's going to find out for me.
Is it staying
somebody we know and somebody we like? And if it's not,
stateside.
You which?
Is it staying in Ireland or is it going stateside?
Well, if Robert stopped dicking around.
Yeah, Robert, stop dicking around. Jesus, Robert, Katie, she's very hard taskmaster.
And guys, make sure to pay for your winning bids. Toot sweet. Don't.
Straight away. No, and again, it's one of the things that we'll be having there. John McDougall, he was having a Netflix and chill evening, so he was watching Sandra Bullock and was listening to us in the background. Highly unlikely he was having a Netflix and chill. You dirty dog. You.
Well, just to let you know, it is staying in Ireland.
It is staying in Ireland, Dahi.
Wow, very good.
Yeah. Pat Sheedy, big thumbs up from Pat Sheedy. Jesus Christ, Robert. Yeah, James Boland, you're right. Good staff. So hard to find. It really is. You know, it's such a challenge here.
Oh, Rob.
You have a Pilsner, Dahi? Dahi, do you have a Pilsner?
No, I'm just having a Bunna cast strength.
Oh yeah, he was drinking that Bunna Howard. What do we like? That print is lovely, yeah. It is, yeah, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's lovely.
The print.
That or the Walsh print, is it?
No, it's painted by some fucking guy in Tokyo. Isn't that what his name is, Nick? Some fucking guy?
Yeah,
some fucking guy in Tokyo. I think that's his. I don't think that it mightn't be his official title, but that's what we've christened him tonight. Some fucking guy in Tokyo.
Casual racist, not like it.
Yeah, no, it's savage. It is a lovely thing. I mean, Bob's after sticking it up on the big screen. Is there any of them? I think there's a couple of them still left. So they're getting a sample of the Thoman Gate Slava Ukraini. So we're down to 36 items. So a few items closed there. 24 closed. And there's still a few of the items left. The Mikkel is at 145. Do you say that Mikkel or Meisel or how's that? Anybody? Mikkel. Cool.
Yeah.
Thoman Gate, Slava Ukraini. We have how many of the bottles left? 30 or so of them left. And again, the last chance to buy these. So hopefully people are realizing that they might have missed the boat and are going to go a little apeshit and get the ones that they really, really want. What else is there? 340 on the artwork. It's doing all right. It is doing all right. I'm just here trying to jump screens and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's a few things there. What else? It's just hard to try and see everything here at the minute. I can't see everything myself.
Doing pretty well, that print.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's look again. I think people are realizing it's a good thing.
It's actual print. It's not an NFT, is it?
No, and it's not. I think we're calling it a print. It's not a print. It's the original.
It's original painting, but yeah.
There will be prints done of it, and again, Nick has said that we're going to try and get a few of them sold as well for charity as well. We'll put that out and we'll help Nick to spread the word on that when it does come up for grabs and that. It'll be a nice one to have. Well done, John McDougall. Well done, all involved. Brilliant result. Love you, Katie. Please stop declaring your love for my wife. I think that should be frowned upon. Mick McGuire, he has well done, folks. Great job. Kit Charles flying tonight. Does that mean you're pissed drunk, Kit, or you're actually flying on a plane, or what are you doing? I mean, what's or the items are flying?
430 on the print.
430 on the print. Yee, that's a big one. It keeps going on and on, that one.
Jesus. I'll tell you, the fans of Thomond Gate no limits.
What?
The fans of Thomond Gate whiskey have no limits of how much money they'll spend.
No, that's it. And they probably think it's an NFT or something like that. Again, let's not burst our bubble. I mean, it's again. How many items have we still going at the minute, Bob? Any days? Or 36. So 36 items still live. 34 bottles of Thomond Gate. They're all up around the €200 mark, are they? 195, 210, 195, 210. Last chance to get them, lads. So if you don't snap them now, you'll be kicking yourself. You'll be excited and delighted if you get them. But 205, 230. Some of them going cheap there. Some of the numbers. The bottle of Mickle is at 160. So I'm glad somebody heard us on that.
460 on the original artwork.
460 on the original artwork. That's doing well, isn't it?
Lovely with a bottle as well, you know, just side by side.
That if you did have a bottle of it, it would look really well side by side. You're well done. Yes, 10 out of 10.
490.
490. There you go. 490. It's still going on. Stop. What else have we got? Waiting for you. Come catch up, Anto. 490. The bottles, as I said, the last, what you say, 34 bottles left of the Thomond Gate. So we need to get them over the line and get as much as possible for them. Kit dreams of riding donkeys. I don't know what that is. Don't joke about NFTs. No, you're right. Can you buy the bottle without that hoodie? Yeah.
Oh, he said that.
Yeah.
They're getting banned.
Yeah, Boland, you can. Yeah. We probably wouldn't have one to fit you now that you're skinny Git anyhow, so you're all right. We only done them in man size, you know, so there would be none for you. John, can we Nick to grow a beard from November? Nick, have you ever had a beard?
I went through a Viking stage.
Hey, you got to see a photo of Nick's beard.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Yeah.
Get it, Nick. Get it. Come on.
Yeah.
So a couple of items just closed. Sorry to interrupt. 18 items left. The image is at 490. The bottle of Mickle is at 160. And then we have 16 bottles of Thomond Gate left. Last chance to get them. There's only 16 bottles left. What did the Corkmore cask go for in the end? Connor, I think it was 6-1, was it? Anybody catch that? 6-1, I think it was. I think it was 6-1. I think off the top of your head. Dahi's closed at 2250, which I'm not trying to diss it, but I think it's still cheap for what people are actually getting, and I think people will realize when they've got it what they have. So it's a rare opportunity to get 9 bottles of number one.
Have to wait 8 years to get all of it, so it's
that's probably
part of it too, you know.
it'll be the gift that keeps on giving. Sorry, Nick, what were you saying?
Casks in a while. You better come and see them anyway, at least. So give you a little sneaky sample, whoever that person is.
Have you got the picture there, Nick? Are you going to show us?
Oh, nearly there. This was before I shaved it off. This was like.
No, you want to go mind of it.
He was a male model. Like
that was the beard. It was pretty full on beard before.
Jeez.
Let's see.
You look like one of them Colombian assassins or something like that, you know?
He was in Vikings.
I have a better picture for you because the Halloween costume.
No.
Solid Snake. Is it Metal Gear Solid you wear there?
Yeah,
exactly. Or Nick Fury.
So
whichever.
Nick Fury. Yeah.
Nick Fury, yeah.
Nick, I just want to bring it to your attention. I think you're the wrong color for Nick Fury. Yeah, Nick Fury. You're not Nick Fury.
Well, the original comic book, bugger
off, you nerd, you.
Hey,
sure, we don't see color, do we? This day, come on, lads. You know, there's no such thing as that. Like, you know, it's just
you characters. Don't know what he identifies as. And
wait, here we go. There's there you go, Dahi. There's your bio.
Fair play. Give me a shout. Drop me a message on Facebook, and when I have this, I'll be moving the cast down in June, and when we do, we'll into the warehouse, come by, and I'll give you a little tour and give you a few samples. And thanks for your generosity.
Pat Sheedy, well done, that man. Good man, you. Dahi the Brownie donation is a waiting game. Still a great outcome. What? He's finished with Netflix and chilling. Now he's going to come on and just talk shit. Yeah.
He's been smashing whiskey.
510 on the artwork.
510 on the artwork.
Would it be valuable more if Nick signed it?
Would it be? No. I just don't want Nick's signature. Are you mental, are you? Maybe if he signed the photograph of him with the beard and all that could be worth money. We could turn that into an NFT, you know. Martin Purcell, fair play, Patrick. Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll all applaud that. I mean, again, 2250 for that.
I tell you got a nice set. It'll be cool. It'll be a very nice one to have.
Yeah, it is. It'll be a good one to do. All right. What else have we got going there at the minute? Yeah, I shouldn't be reading messages and trying to do this at the same time.
Who are the Clowry Coons? The Clowry Cons.
Oh, they're lads in Shannon. Paul Kennedy and the lads.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No. Just say no. If they're inviting you to Belfast on the 20th, just say no. No. Seemingly that's the guy who Pat who bought it is one of those. Oh, part of the Clowricons. Okay, yeah, that's Mr. Paul Kennedy and his bunch of degenerates in based in Clare, I think, is where they're based, and they go to Belfast on the 20th, and I think they're on for consuming some alcohol. So I think that's likely to be a mad old night. Yes, that will be a bit of a mad one, all right. What else have we got? What have we? Some beard Dahi, Lord of the Last. Actually, no, because Cowman's. Nobody wants to be looked like Cowman. Fair play, Patrick. Brian Sharp, winner chicken dinner. Got me Thoman Gate bottle. Woohoo! Thanks to Nick Dahi and Atlee for this one. 15 seconds, lads. Any bids within the last 3 minutes? Kick it on, and then we're going to kick on for the final one. So we're at 10:15. Whew. Anybody wants to join in on this chat here, you can send us a message and we can actually bring you on if anybody wants to come in. I know John or Ian was having technical difficulties because he was doing Netflix and chill this evening, so he can't obviously come on. Netflix down to the final 11 items. $5.90 for the original artwork, $200 for the bottle of Mickle. And we have what then I do maths. That's 9 bottles left of the Thoman Gate. Last chance to get them. That is good. Charlotte, I'll come in for a few minutes. Good man, Charlotte. You can join in because we're always nice. Yeah.
I might head off, guys. If that's okay.
You can do that, Dahi. You're okay. Well, and give me a second. Like just this. Copy that. There. That. Control V. There. Di, if you want to drop out, that's happy days. Thanks again, Di. I do genuinely mean it. Thanks for everything you've done.
And fair play to Nick as well. That's a huge thing he's done, and you know, like the only person who's went to that level. So fair play to you.
Yeah, no,
team effort, Di. Come on now, everybody did their bit.
Yeah, they're all great.
Everybody, I'm just saying, special mention to you, and that's it's
no fair play. Thanks very much.
So chapeau. Go on, I'll see you later. All right, you good?
Thanks, Di. Talk to you soon. Cheers, bud. We started off with me and you, Nick, 3 hours ago, and it's back to me and you, Nick, at 3 hours later. All the lightweights have all gone home. Carmen,
I think.
Yeah, Carmen has gone to obviously take off his makeup, and Dahi's gone to shave his back or something. So he's gone there for a wee while. PJ Kinsler, great cause, lads. Yeah, thank God. Brian Redden got my Ukraine bottle. Woohoo. Where else are we on that? The artwork is at $5.90 at the minute. What's on in Belfast? Marty McShane, we can tell you, but we'd have to kill you. Great cause, lads. Thanks to be Jesus for what, Kit? For what have you done now? You should be done. Charlotte, I sent you that, so you should get the link for that. If anybody else wants to come in, shout, and I can send you a link to it. Or I can just post the link up if anybody does want to join in. I'll wait till the last items are sold in the auction. We get that, and then we can have a few people on and talk about the shite and insult people when they're not here, which is great. 11 items left in the auction. $5.90 for the artwork, $200 for the bottom of Mickle, and then we have 9 bottles of Thoman Gate doing all right. So we need to get them going as well. 2 bottles of Ukrainian Glory. Nice, good man. John Motko, fantastic job all involved. Great work and great cause. You're right. Yeah. Kieran Galvin, looking forward to the bottle landing my door. Well done all. Connor, 2 bottles of Ukrainian Glory. Good on you. We have just on the shipping of these, Nick will hopefully back me up on this. There's just a wee bit of finishing touches to be put to the bottles over our Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll probably start shipping them from about Wednesday on. But please get your payments in. I do not want to be chasing people for payments on this, because this is charity work. I want to get it in, get it wrapped up as quick as possible. So make sure you're getting your payments in good and early. What have we left? 11 items still bidding away. $5.90, $2.10 on the bottle of Mickle, and then our charity bottles are all $2.50, $2.40, $2.30, $2.40, $2.55, $2.50. So that is the last chance to get them. You should be in there, Charlotte. Fantastic cause. Colin Allen, fair play to everyone involved. Brian Chapman, well done, involved. Great work. I think it was. Yeah, look, again, I think there's a tip of the hat to all the guys who reached out to us and donated items. I deliberately wanted to thank everybody. So that's why I posted what they donated to us as well as one of the tiles on the listing. So I think it's good to acknowledge the generosity of people and what they're doing. So it's not about, you know, dissing anybody else. It's about acknowledging the good that a lot of the people are doing. And I think it's good to do it. And look, as I said, Nick Ryan has been, he put this together. I mean, out of 200 items or 210 odd items we had in the end, 160 of them belong to one man, one small brand, and it deserves a huge round of applause. I've done it at the start, and I really will do it again. I think
I'll be blacklisted when we're going to Russia, Anthony. They won't ever let me over there.
No, that's the only thing. I mean, we've just
blacklisted from ever going if the country ever gets under new management. Hopefully.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Look, let's not get into that one. But I mean, it's. I think, as Paul said at some stage, he mentioned it earlier on. It's a short break. I mean, we've all done the Krakow and the Budapest short breaks. I mean, Kiev, I know Carmen was on earlier on, and Michael had been over there. He had been to Chernobyl, he had been to Kiev, he'd been to places that were really
Absolutely.
where we're seeing now devastated. I mean, it's just devastated. So it's shocking that, as we say, it's on our doorstep. Maybe there is other issues and other conflicts that's happening around the world, but this is literally on our doorstep. And Ireland, I think, has benefited in the last few years of a lot of our Eastern European friends coming here to better our country, to make new lives, to do the jobs that not a lot of us want to do, and skilled jobs as well. And so we know them. There are people, and I think that's why it's hit hard with a lot of people, and that's why people are digging in. So there's the print is gone, is it? The artwork is gone at $5.90.
Fantastic.
Well is at $2.20, and the bottles of Thomangate. There is 9 of them left again, lads. You need to get bidding on them to get them in. Connor, I don't know what that shit show is about. Was that me tonight or everything else? Brian Chapman, thank you all.
Do we know the idea what the figure Anthony is at now, roughly?
I don't know. We were sort of, again, it's just, I think it's just an over the 40 mark, I think, is where we're at now on it. So we'll have a look at it and get it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. It's huge. James Boland, well done, Nick. Mammoth effort. It is. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a special thing. Kit Charles, Will Limerick hit 50k, truly magnificent. Yeah, look, fairly special. The Russian market, is gone, I suppose, for many of the Irish whiskey. I mean, there's a lot of, one of the things that we haven't talked about is that a lot of the brands were selling into Russia as well. And that's now gone with the blockades that's gone to them markets now. So it's hitting us here again. I think nobody's going to whinge over it. I think it's deserved that they get these what's the word? Can't even think of the word. What's the word? When they stop selling the things. What's the word?
Embargo.
No, that's not what. Sanctions. That's the word. Thank you, Robert. Sanctions. That is there. Well done, Nick. Congratulations to all involved. Nick, I think everybody will join me when I do say that it is well done to you. 160 items.
Anthony, but to be honest with you, it's thanks very much to everybody else. They bought them. They purchased this. So I don't think there's, I just put it this. It took a lot of time to put it together from my side for what my bottling, but it's people still bought it. They felt this is something that's worthwhile. They put their money where their mouth was, and that's what's really important here. So I just helped get your money over to Ukraine. That's all. But you did it. Everybody out there did it.
Well, it is a thing. I mean, it is a thing that you're saying that every month. I mean, we experience the same thing. I mean, the charity auctions are all well and good, but if nobody's, and again, it is a two-way thing. You've got the generosity of somebody who's donating something, but then you've got the generosity of people that are bidding on something as well, and kicking it on as well. So it's nothing. I mean, again, as I often say to people, I mean, our whole business is without the support of people. I've got a website that does fuck all else, so it is great that people get engaged and bid away on things. Sorry, Nick, 10 items left. Again, they're just kicking on. Some of them are going to end.
Glad to see them keep climbing up.
Yeah, some of them are going to end. There's a few of them just ended there now. We're back down to 3 items. Last 3 standing. So
what numbers are we on? What lucky numbers are people bidding on?
So we got 49, 119,
and 153.
153. I don't think there are any numbers in particular. I think it's just people are realizing they might have maybe missed a boat, and it's the last chance to get 3 bottles because
fantastic.
It's a big thing. What? Did you shout at me? No, Kitty didn't shout at me. Nick for his generosity, IOA for always being there, and all the folk buying. Yeah, you're right. John, Ian, you're right. It is that. Nick for his generosity. Either way, we're always here. We're like, that lovable uncle sitting in the background. He's just always there. Squeaky bum time. It is, yeah. If you're missing out, I mean, it's now you're down to squeaky bum time. last couple of bids, last 3 items on the site. Come on, lads, you need to be digging deep and getting the last 3
It's fantastic
items.
to see it just ticking over, like people still,
Yeah, I mean, it's been on since it has been on. One of the things that always happens in the auctions, and we're constantly sort of bewildered by it. The last roll of the dice by some people, because like the auction's been live since Monday. They've had a fair old crack at the whip, but we're down to 3 items, and we're getting good prices for them: 270, 270, 262. Paul Kennedy, I shouldn't put up anything you say because you're causing trouble and trying to get people drunk in Belfast. This is a massive achievement. Well done to all involved. This is excellent. I got mine, so well done. Thank
you, Paul.
Cool. Paul is he runs a cartel, I think is the word. No, not a cartel. Sorry, that's not the right word. A group of lads who he's brought to the whiskey world with him, and he sort of talks about bottles. And I was on with him recently in his group, and we were talking about investments and various different things. And it's great to see him. I think Pat, who was bidding tonight, is part of that group with Paul. So he won Dahi's set. So I think that's, again, a testimony to people spreading the word of Irish whiskey and talking to other people about it. So it's great. Where are we?
There's great friendships made over Irish whiskey, though, Anthony. I think that's a lot of us can agree that, and I think it's been a great link for people and a lifeline really when COVID happened. It was always a great social element to be able to join people online and have a little drink or two. So I have to say, that's a great thing about whiskey. It connects people.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing. That's what it does more than anything else, isn't it? It's great that people can sit, share a glass, talk about things, whether it be problems or, I mean, I've openly said it, that I genuinely did struggle with lockdown. I mean, I suffered from anxiety. I never was an anxious person, and it really got to me. And it was only through talking to people on Zooms and still reaching out to people and talking to people. And a lot of the guys that I've become friends with over the years that we've been doing this now were reaching out to me and talking to me. And it was great that we still had this. I was lucky. We still had this business to keep us going. Me and Katie were here when maybe if the staff were off in the very first lockdown, it was still me and Katie. It was back to the old days of us starting it. Yeah. And it was still great that we could talk to people and reach out to people. And that's what whiskey does. I mean, the Zooms were invaluable. They're sort of, I think people got a fatigue with them because they just wanted to, get back in it and get back out with people. But I mean, it definitely served the purpose.
Final 30 seconds there.
30 seconds left on 2 of them. One of them has been kicked on for another 5 minutes. Okay. So any bids on those other 2 items will kick them on for another 5 minutes. So maybe somebody wants to not miss out. There's the last 3 bottles on the site.
It's fantastic.
Connor, Zoom was a big thing for actually maintaining a social life. It was. You're absolutely right. Yeah. It was instrumental for people. I mean, we didn't. I mean, how the hell could we have survived without it? It really was that bad. So we're down to 1 item. Last man standing, Nick Ryan.
Brilliant.
Bottle number 1, or not bottle number 1.
You'd love to know who's behind this last little kind of
119
101 on 101.
You'd love to know, yes. Yeah. But I'm not sharing that information. We've got 2 guys bidding on it there. Yeah, it's a bit of a worldwide effort on this. We on the last bottle, so it's spread far. This one is the last one is. Go on, son. Mine 49 is mine. Good man, Kit. I seen you got your bid in there at the end and secured the bottle. Good on you. OF needs an honorable mention to be fair. OnlyFans. OF. Robert, I don't know where you're going with that. You dirt bird. Can we not be talking about that? So last item, bottle number 119 is still live. 272. 272. Nick Ryan. How do you feel, Nick, seeing your bottles go and have generated that much publicity there tonight?
Well, I chuffed completely. Blown away is the other way to say it. Really, I'm just thinking about what knock-on effect this is going to have. You'd love to know, is this going to potentially save somebody's life? And I'm sure, there's I think there's an old Jewish saying, you save one person, you save, 1,000 or something like that, because it's the future generations, the people that will live on. And I just think, we've just done something very, very small in regards to, a small help in comparison to what could be done globally, but it's fantastic. It's just mind-blowing, the amount of support we've got from the community to make this happen. And it's emotional, being honest. Like, I'm chuffed, completely chuffed, blown away.
Look, you should be very, very proud. I really do mean that. And it is something that, again, as I said at the start of the evening, and I'll say it again now, for a small brand, Connor came up with a statement there, he who saves one life saved the entire world. Yeah. Hopefully we're going to save many lives with the funds that are raised for this.
Absolutely.
Or at least not only save them, but improve the lives of people that have survived this fucking horrendous thing. It is applaudable that a small brand, and again, I'm not being dismissive when I call you a small brand, but you've only got 11 releases under your belt as a new whiskey brand, and you does something as massive as this, an entire release, which, as I said, the money would make a difference to you. It would make a difference to you going forward, building the rest of your project and getting marketing or something like that. And you've sacrificed that for a greater cause in releasing the Slava Ukraine bottle. I mean, there's bottle number 1. I'm just going to talk it again. It is just phenomenal there. It's a gorgeous piece as well. I mean, it's aesthetically pretty. Well done on that as well. I know you've always you've got a good eye for design, especially with some of the bottles and that. And you've done really, really well with that one as well. It's something to be proud of as well. So I think it's it's one of them things that it's, again, I can't say it enough, and I hope everybody who meets you over, I'm sure you'll be at Whiskey Live. I hope everybody who meets you genuinely shakes your hand and thanks you.
COVID. Fist bump.
Yeah, well, you go around. But look, I'm sure we can get our hands on some sanitizer, alcohol sanitizer.
That's it.
Rub it on your hands. No kissing now. That's the only thing. We can't do kissing and stuff like that. But again, I think it's.
It might taste and smell. Just remember that.
Yeah, I think I think it's just phenomenal that it is out there for people to genuinely shake your hand, thank you, and just acknowledge the hard work that you've done. It's just phenomenal. So last 10 seconds, a bottle's still there. It's going to end at 282. 2 seconds. There we go.
Are we done?
That's us.
We're done.
That is the auction finished.
Thank you, everybody.
Well done. Absolutely well done. I mean, it really is. Kit Charles, he's always as eloquent as always. These charity auctions are the absolute dog's bollocks, and this community really punches above its weight. It does. And I said that, it really does. It is. I mean, I don't think there's any other community out there that does quite as much all the time. I mean, we're at it all year round. Ian and his team are doing it. The other auction houses are now doing charity items. Hopefully we started something. What's that? That everything? Right. But just over 45k.
Fantastic.
Just over 45,000. That is a fantastic figure. That's lovely to see. Thanks, Robert.
Brilliant.
It's a huge figure. I think it's brilliant. Stuart, gone. Yeah, that's it. It's the last. Charlotte Watson, are you jumping in, Charlotte? I think you were there for a second, and I just wanted to get the auction ended. So sorry I didn't bring you in then. I can bring you in. Anybody does want to jump in now, welcome. I can take 10 of you on screen at a time, and we can chop and change. If anybody wants to join in, have a bit of crack. I don't know, Nick, are you staying for a wee while? Or
yeah.
You're all right?
There's no screaming children in the background. So
no screaming children in the background. Now that you've got 2 kids, I forgot about that as well. I will drop the link. Thanks. I'm just getting some private messages here from people as well, and I'm trying to sort of just differentiate between them. I'm going to drop the link in.
I don't want to sound cheesy, but I want to say a big thank you to.
Who do you want to thank?
It's actually, you were saying about all the hard work, but reality is my wife has been a massive help on the backup for this. So, behind every good man is a great woman. So let's make sure to give her the praise that's due. So whatever overtime hours I was doing getting this done, she was taking up the slack for with everything else. So big thanks to her.
I think any of us, and I'm trying to tread this line of, I don't want the burning bra brigade out, but I'm screaming from my head. But I think any of the true successes only come about because of partnerships. Because I couldn't and wouldn't do what I do unless I have the lady in my life standing beside me, and as she does all the time. So, without that, without Charlotte, I know Joe, I've the pleasure of meeting Joe a few times. Without her support, he couldn't do what he did. There's loads of us out there who's like that, that if we don't have the support, we can't do what we do. And vice versa. I hope there's loads of men out there who are supporting their wives and doing many, many things, Louise and all the other women. I mean, again, there's loads of it. So I'm trying to be diplomatic, not have the old burning bra brigade coming after me and screaming pitchforks. But so you're right, Nick, and I will add to that. Connor, you're going to jump in. I'm going to throw you in there as well. How are you, Connor?
Not too bad. Yourselves?
Shit, no point in complaining. It's only been 3-4 hours drinking whiskey, and I haven't had a drop all week actually. So I'm enjoying this.
Oh yeah.
Nick, fair play to you, Chad. That was super. That was absolutely wonderful tonight. That's a massive result. So yourself, Dahi, and Anthony and Katie and the guys there. That's
and Richard. Don't forget Richard with his cask, folks.
Yeah, and Richard. Yeah,
serious,
it's just
serious support.
Irish whiskey auctions are a conduit through which this can happen. And it would be a lot more difficult for this to happen without Irish whiskey auctions. It happens month in, month out, but. That's a big one, and especially yourself. That's took a blind there. That was some night. Now I didn't get until the very end there, but yeah, superb. Fair play to you.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Talking about wives behind the scenes. I haven't seen my wife for 3 days or 4 days, and I've arrived home about an hour ago, and I'm straight on this again. So I don't think she's very happy. So I'm not gonna stay very long.
No, but. She's a tolerant woman. Sounds by the sound.
In this industry, they have to
be. Somebody, James, just asking the question: How soon can we pay? You can pay now. I mean, it's all automatic. So you just go on to the My Dashboard area, go to My One Items. You click on the My One Items, and it brings you through the payment wizard. So it's fairly easy, straightforward. How you can pay for it. So there's loads of ways. I mean. There's no barrier to you paying. Give the money. We're not going to stop you paying the money. Yes, there's no reason. There's nothing up. The paywall's up. Yeah, it is.
Coming in.
Huh? The payments are coming in. So there, the payments are coming in, James. So there's no issue there. Sarah, how are you, Sarah? You were out busying with us last night as well. She's saying how is all with a big purple heart or blue heart or whatever color heart that is. Kit, I'm not going to post that. Kit, you're right. Robert. What the hell are people selling wives over the top? Yes, we're selling wives. Katie, it's for sale. First bids, highest bids, go now. I'm going to do that. That'll be the next one I'll do. Connor, you were there. You've been here from the start as well. You were first man in with a comment or a like tonight, and you.
Yeah, that's how little I have going on in my life.
You and us all, mate. I think we're sort of getting to the stage now where I look forward to doing shit like this, because other than that, I'm sitting at home on a Friday evening and watching Katie do a bit of crochet. That's what goes on in our life. It's really exciting. Sarah, what did you say? The heart was for the partner support. I thought you were just blowing kisses. Thanks, Sarah. But anyhow, we'll take that. I'm going to drop out for a second because I have been here for a while. I may or may not have peed myself. I just have to go and check. Talk amongst yourselves.
Fair play.
Do you know what? Did you get a final figure yet, Nick? Do you know where it ended up?
I'm looking at all of them. And I'm just going fucking. Unbelievable. Just looking at the figures here. I'm just scrolling through. I think, Jarvid, you're an accountant by trade in the past, weren't you? Or did I get that right? We get some quick calculations here going.
For my sins, yeah. You've got a spreadsheet sent it through.
I don't know. We could pull it. I'm trying to look at it here, but on average, we're talking about at least bottles over 165 is the lowest I see here. And what
did bottle number 1 go for?
1,150, I think.
Yeah. So
1,450.
150.
150. Wow,
and then he went for 540, and then it's brilliant, fantastic, really amazing, really amazing. I'm blown away by the print because literally, I'm not taking the piss here, but I was just talking about I've got this print coming, and I literally got, after saying it to Anthony, a message on Instagram from the artist saying, "I've got it done. Here you go." Who was
the artist?
A gentleman over in Singapore. He's now moved to Hong Kong. He's based out there in Singapore. I'll send you on his details. I'll put it up here. Actually, let me call it out if anybody's on Instagram. Let me see if I can just refocus my camera here. I just really like his work.
But that's not how it works.
I'm gonna have to put that. I'm just gonna call it out here. Aking I can't even. It's whiskey. So
fucking guy.
Behave yourself.
That's Anthony's translation there, but we'll definitely aukingfai.com is, you can find his website there. I'll call that again, aukingfai.com. So yeah, he's got really lovely work, really beautiful, and he's into his whiskey. So he's just like ourselves, loves his whiskey, and then paints the bottles that he loves. And I got in touch with him, and I said, hey, any chance you could do some bottles for me? And he did one of the red ale, and we put that up and did a bit of a prize with that. And then he's gone and done this one. I just reached out to him for a couple of days before the auction and said, really need this kind of as soon as possible. Connor, who's a great supporter, Connor Mulcahy, I believe is his surname. I believe actually he's based up your way, isn't he? Up
in Newry, yeah, he's up outside Newry.
From Limerick, from himself. So he gave credit where it's due. It was his idea he said, Nick, in fairness, I might not be able to go up as high as some of the bids, but I'd love to get it by a print to support the cause. And I thought, what a great idea. And I reached out and got the original work done. So obviously we have to get the original work done to make the prints from. So I just thought, heck it, why don't we actually auction off right now the original work? And what a great amount to raise, €590 for the charity. And we're now going to be able to put out a few prints, and the funds for that will go to raise the funds for the Help Ukraine Center. So I think it's a testament to people's, I guess, really the humanity and their love and passion for whiskey, that they want to go and say, you know what, heck it, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is and back this. I'm chuffed to see it. I could ramble on, but
I think I know where it went, and it's gone to a good home. If I'm right. So yeah. Anthony, are you there?
I think he's gone off somewhere to use a bathroom. He's probably.
No, I can confirm I didn't piss myself. It was all right.
Here, how's the head?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, great, Charles. I mean, so why would I have a headache? Because I mean, I went home early at 7 o'clock last night and went to bed.
Yeah, just like you said, you would.
Anthony has an IV of caffeine just behind him. You just don't see it.
No, joking. Jared, 3 times this week I have been drinking, and you are the common denominator. You've been there the whole time. So, and
you missed one
as well. You're just something wrong with you.
And you missed one.
And I missed one. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Sorry, you've got a bit of a constitution going this week as well because you had.
Well, I had a while. I was behaving myself for a while, but yeah. So,
yeah.
Taking it easy tonight. Just one of these wee babies, and that's me. Just the one.
What's that? 2008.
We 2005. It's a wee Madeira.
Yeah, they're lovely. Some of them sing the crap.
The Madeira's very sweet, but it's nice just for one.
What's the finish in that?
Madeira. So it's a 15-year-old that's in Madeira for. I don't know how long it's in Madeira for. It's in Madeira for. Doesn't say actually, but yeah, it's sweet. It's very sweet.
Still need to know Cowman's son. I think it's the other way around. I'm older than Cowman. Well, I know Cowman looks old. I mean, he's not. He might look old, but he's actually not. I think he's 22 or something like that. He looks about 74, but he's only 22. Yeah, it just look. I could do it in one sleep now. I think that's what it's going to happen now. I mean, we've no packing now. It's not as if I have another auction coming up now in another week and a half's time or anything like that. You know, it'd be grand. Just something. I do have to tip my hat to all the people that was being thanked earlier on. And I do have to thank this useless can of leftover something. Robert Johnson, who's here. Robert is my right-hand man here in the office. Robert came and started working with us well over a year ago now, doesn't it? Yeah, and he we can't get rid of him. He's like a bad smell. But he has been here all night. He makes all the items live, the last minute things. I mean, Cowman's things he got up and the print he got up and the samples he got up. He's brilliant. He is very, very good, and he's instrumental to allow us to do what we do. And I do want to thank you because you are a pain in the arse. So I'd like to acknowledge that. Yeah.
Fair play, Robert.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Robert, fair play. Whereas I'm going to head on again, but I just want, before my wife does divorce me, but I just want to come on and say well done, Nick, well done, Anthony. Absolutely amazing. Fair play to you guys. And yeah, I'm going to play out early on this one before they get divorced. So talk to you soon.
Tell Joe we love
you. Cheers.
See you later, Janet.
See you, Janet.
Yeah, no, he's been look, again, there's a few guys out there. There's Nick, there's Dahi, there's a lot of these guys like Jarlath there who are just good guys. I mean, genuinely good guys who support everything when they can. I mean, Jarlath always is coming forward to me with bottles. I mean, he donated the Port Morant cask bottling that was in tonight's auction. That came from him and the team up there. And he's always forthcoming. So he's always supporting other brands as well. So it's I think he deserves a tip of the hat.
Anthony, like he even donates samples out of bottles he's drinking during live tastings.
Yeah. That last auction, we the Belfast Whiskey Week, the Macmillan one. You bought one or two of them, didn't you, Connor? And we still have
it. And he did the Jameson rarest reserve.
Yeah, rare OVR.
2007 bottling.
Yeah. No, he's deadly. He's brilliant, and he's very generous. He's always, as I say, he'll back and he helps out a lot of other brands I know, and he's a good guy. But let's not talk about him because he's gone to play lovey with his wife to make up for all the badness that he's been out drinking and everything else. And she even drove last Sunday night. He was down in Dundalk with us at an event, and she even went as far as to drive him down and drive him back home. So she must love him.
There's true love.
Kit Charles, high praise, Robert. Yes, if I'm saying something nice about you, you're doing all right. Don't get too big of a fucking head. You get the sack. Martin McShane, nice work, Robert. Anybody else want to jump in there? I will throw the link back into the chat again. So if anybody does want to come in, Connor, you've been fairly good at coming forward with the auctions. You've the charity items. You've always bought a couple of items, as you mentioned there. You have the Glendronach and the RVR that was in the last charity auction live stream that we done, and you bought a couple of them. So good on you. You've been a good supporter of them.
Thing is, like, it's for a good cause. I mean, at the end of the day, when it's for charity, I honestly don't mind what the price is. Like, you could split hairs if you wanted to, but ultimately, look, there's something there. That's something I want to try. If it was in normal circumstances, I might balk at the price, but knowing it goes for a good cause, it's like, fuck it, go for it.
That's it.
And
again, something I just want to sort of throw out there as well. So we donate directly to all of these charities. We actually send the money, or we write the checks, or Katie actually writes the checks and usually sends a letter accompanying the check to the chosen charity, whoever it is, and whether it be this or whether it be the other charities, saying where the money came from, a donation from whatever brand or whatever individual. And we usually get a response back from the chosen charity saying thanks very much. So we have all of them, and if anybody ever wants to see them letters, we have them replies. Katie has them all in a folder to acknowledge the receipts for it. We also then do up the big checks and put them out the front area of the reception here. And that's not a bragging thing that we do. It's more of so that everybody sees that what they're contributing to. So the likes of anybody who comes to our offices sees what they've contributed to, sees the monies that's been. I mean, last year I think it was over in excess of 50 grand or something like that we done in total. We've come close to that tonight alone. We had the MVR that went for 10 grand there 2 months ago. We've had other great charity items. So it just shows that this keeps going. No, you can't, John. You can't see them all now. No. Smart arse. Go back to your Netflix and chill and you'll be all right. It just goes to show the depth of the donations and the efforts that the whiskey community come together to do. It's huge, and it really does need a tip of the hat every time,
And I mean, sure, Ian's a case in point. I mean, he's done a huge amount.
He's useless. Don't say anything like that about him.
I'm known to give praise to people who would, in fairness to him, he's done sterling work over the last few years.
Yeah, he has. And I mean, again, as I say, he's one of the lads he goes around and he's involved in everything. And again, he's not shy about coming forward with the bottles for the charities or giving people samples and stuff like that. And he does a lot of driving around. And at the minute, driving from one end of the country to the other end of the country costs a bloody fortune in its own right, So it's cool. Marty says you can't get out of the office, or when you're here, can't get you out of the place. Shut up and leave. That's why. It's easy. It's not, it's not difficult to do. So Robert is still working away on the computer. We done all right, wasn't it? You're still Okay, cool. He's just working on some of the figures for Nick there, and we'll send Nick them on that.
Brilliant.
It's been exceptional. I mean, some of the headline bottles, as we said, what did 1,150 for bottle number one? I think it's great. It's great.
Two was 500-600, I think.
Yeah, bottle number 2 as well. Bottle number 10 went well as well. I think I've seen bottle number 10 do relatively all right as well. So
a couple of numbers stood out. I don't know why.
Yeah, again, it's just great to keep it going. If anybody else does want to chop in, if not, I'm not going to keep this going much longer because it's 11 o'clock and God knows I need my beauty sleep. The blue light's nice on me, isn't it? I'm looking at that there. Robert is a legend. Robert is a legend. You're only saying that, Ian, because he praises you. It's like the self-praise brigade. It doesn't. Robert sounds like, I don't know if any of you has heard him, he's like a British Airways pilot, You're cruising along here and you're bidding on your auction. Want to speak for us?
No.
Yes.
Calm as the plane's going down. Is that it? Basically,
that's the analogy of this place. All right, yeah, crashing plane. I see there was a few comments tonight on some of the social media. I did see. I hope I've got mentioned everybody that did message in. But if I did miss a comment or I did miss out on something, I do apologize. It is hectic at times and I don't get to see it all. And I'm too busy talking and listening to my own voice that I sometimes miss out on it. So, yeah, that's that. That's it. More hostess. What do you mean more hostess? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, British Airways hostess. You're right. You're probably right. Yeah, he's not smart enough to be a pilot. You're right. Trolley dolly. Some trolley dolly. All right. He's some trolley dolly. Any other highlights of the auction, Rob? What did Laurie's set go for? Any ideas?
135 for his.
I'm gonna have to fix that. The bottle Nick's display bottle. It's actually throwing off my previous auction page. It's distorting the image. It's something I done. It's all right. I can fix it. What did you say? 135 for Laurie's samples. Good on you, Laurie. Even though he is from Cork. Yeah. 6-1 for the Corkmore Estate. 2250 for Dahi's set. 540 for the Port Morant. I think that's ridiculously cheap. 430. Actually, the brand I didn't mention tonight. My apologies, John Cashman and the team down in Powerscourt. So John reached out to us with bottle number 1, and I perhaps didn't give it enough of a plug tonight. For Cullen Single Cask Imperial Stout Finish bottle number 1, it got 430. So that's a fair price for that. Again, a good bottle number 1. The Rassay, which came from Ian and has Ian's name on the front of it, more of his showing how shy he is, went for, what price did it go for? 190, which I think is fair. Tiny Tipple, Ivers,
win that one?
5. Sorry, somebody shouting there.
Did Dahi win that Rassay?
Did Dahi win that Rassay?
He was in for it.
Don't know. Can I see it? No, I can't see it on that screen. No, I'd have to go digging and find it, Connor. Sorry, but 220 for one of the Mickles, 75 for the other one. So when we started bigging up the Mickle, one of them had already closed at 75. Apologies, Mark and team, but the other one got 220. So hopefully it'll balance out. The Teeling Distillery, it's a signed set that's got the hat and the flat cap and the little miniature keyring bottle, 310 for it. JJ Curry, the lock-in went for 110. A couple of the Waterford, 70 quid. Redbreast, Oloroso, the Swedish cask, only went 430. That's a bit of a shock. That is a bit of a shock. Just I would have thought that would have done a bit better. And the other Ukrainian Teeling done 310. Cognac 65. The Hinch done all right, not spectacularly well. The Old Tom, which was donated by Louise and the team, got 125. Nick Ryan, take a bow. Thomond Gate X Heather Peated Madeira Finish, 385 quid.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. A good bottle as well.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
It's very turned out really well.
Yeah, you'd be happy with that one. Blood Brothers from, I know Ian gave us that bottle, Blood Brothers that he was involved with, 270. I know Dahi said he got the bottle of wine, 135 quid, which I believe is cheap for that wine. I don't know enough about wine to... What's this topic?
That's
okay. Okay. The bottle of wine went for 135 quid, which I believe is cheap. The Stone Soup from Cologne went for 140. As Mick McGuire said, anybody who didn't bid on them is getting evicted. You're right. What are you saying to me? Did you message me there, Connor? Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Right. Sorry.
You don't have to.
No, I know. Yeah. No, screens are popping up at me all the time, so I'm just trying to work out where the messages are coming from. That's why I don't read out half of them, because they're either not for public consumption or they're calling me a dickhead. And I don't want to tell people that I'm a dickhead. The bridge. So Mike Clancy over in Lochreed Distillery give us a bottle of their cask release. Got 145. Two Stacks sent us up some cans. Dram in a can. 40 and 44. Paul O'Can give us Glenfiddich and the North Star Raid on our ride. 100 quid for the Powercher's signature release. 100 quid. It's cheap, I think. Look again. We'll all be looking for that in years to come, and we'll be going, yee.
That was a €65 bottle, and it was cheap at the price.
Yeah, it was cheap. And again, it's like John's Lane now. I constantly say John's Lane is. You wouldn't feel wrong paying nearly twice the price for a bottle of John's Lane at the minute.
Yeah. And I think Signature was a fantastic drop, and I still can't fathom why they decided to stop it.
Yeah, it's another one of these. Look, again, let's not question it and any decisions that the supremacy makes, but I mean, you do have to look at times. Slane, that special edition one, which was a donation as well, 85 quid. Dominic Gallus, I want to mention him particularly because he donated 4 or 5 bottles to us tonight, but he also previously donated a bottle that went for the Clara Head. So again, just something out there that people can give us bottles. Individual people can give us bottles if they want. Doesn't have to be brands, and they can raise it for whatever charity they want. If they want to raise it for a local charity for them, every month we're going to continue doing the charity auctions forever and a day. It's something that we just want to continue doing. And if anybody wants to raise money for a local charity to them, all they have to do is reach out to us here, give us the bottle, and we'll try and plug it and raise as much as we possibly can. And we'll also donate the commission for that item to the charity as well. So they get 110% of the. So that's actually even tonight as well. So we've not only do we have the normal prices that you see on screen, don't forget the 10% commission is going to the charity as well. So every bottle that there is tonight is plus 10%, and that will be donated as well. So that's all going to the children's charity. And then we're into the Ukraine. I mean, Nick, some of them are good. Some of them are up in the 200. Some of them are late 100.
Yeah.
We're
happy that
right.
any sense. It's all good.
Our average bottle price, Robert just threw me a figure there. I think we're about 220 quid for the average bottle price tonight for the Ukraine. So that's there on the screen as well. It is. I think that's a fair, all right result, considering we are only a wee auction site on a wee island, on a wee part of the world. So I think it's fantastic that we were able to raise that much money. I think that's nearly it, lads. I've covered as much as I can cover. Michael Cowman's juice got €200. For $2,000, a $2,000 bottle, I think that is cheap for them to get that sample. For a 45-year-old, a certain well-established hotel, a well-heeled hotel, is charging considerably more. Because it is down in Limerick, I won't slag them off at the minute, Nick, because you're here just out of respect for you. They're charging considerably more.
It's a 7th of the bottle for a 10th of the price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What did that Michael Collins from the cover of the original Conlon Paddy? What's this?
Oh, that's from earlier. Don't worry about that.
All right, somebody's actually reading back through the messages and no messages, and I'm glad somebody know what's going on because I haven't a clue at this stage. What else? The print 590. Nick, you happy enough with the artwork 590?
Very happy. Very happy.
I think that's a nice result for that to get as well, and it'll be displayed in pride of place for somebody. So that's nice to get as well. Where else am I looking at?
I don't know if Auntie, if we could, I don't know, somehow thank everybody who did bid on it, and for any next releases, I'd like to give them a chance. If I know sometimes with my releases it can be a bit short or hard to get. So anybody who's won, I'd like to give them a chance with any of the next releases, a bit of a I don't know, a head start on any of the releases, just for this next one, just to say thank you.
Okay. How can we do something like that, or how can we make something like that happen? You don't know yet?
GDPR and all that, but
yeah. What I will do is I will put together a list of the sellers in an email list, and I will email them, and I will ask for their consent to be able to share their details with you.
Exactly.
Hopefully people won't mind. Again, I think you're giving them something, so most people won't mind. But I will just get that before I do it. So if anybody is
of course.
Is coming to that. Kit Charles has finally gone to bed. 10 for good buddies. He's a lorry man, so that's him gone for the night. I think we're starting to thin out, so I might quit while I'm ahead. I think it's been enough for me from 7 o'clock tonight. Nick, you've been there from the start. Connor, you've been there from the start as well, on both sides of the screen now, so good on you. Thanks to everybody. It really has been a fantastic effort, and I think it's great that we'll get the totals all tallied up, and we'll get the numbers to you, Nick, over the next couple of days, and hopefully you'll be able to do a post with them. And again, celebrate the fact that the whiskey community, yet again, stood tall, put their hands in their pockets, and is raising money for a very worthy cause. So I think it's fantastic. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you,
Cheers,
everybody.
Anthony.
All right, lads.
Thank you, Anthony.
Cheers.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Robert.
Thanks to everybody. It's been a cracker. So I'm just going to, I think I'm just going to end it all, and not end it all, but end the screen feed. And thanks to everybody. Cheers, lads.
All right, cheers.
Good luck.